EscapeGoat podcast, a podcast series featuring the discussion of many different topics, flaws and all, based on personal whims and fascinations. Hosted by me, David Fagiani, and several different guests.
Hi, I'm Johnny Knoxville. Welcome to Jackass.
And welcome, Matt, to the EscapeGoat podcast 5th anniversary celebrations. And I'm so glad you're here. You'd have to be, really.
Oh, thank you, dude. It's been a long journey and a very uninteresting one.
Yeah, crucially. It's been terribly eventless. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I want you to be here. I mean, there was a period in the first few recordings we did. I think I got to about 40 episodes, and I worked out you'd been on like a quarter of them. So you were like on like 10 out of the 40 when we were at that level, which I think is less of a proportion now. But you really were. You really did feature heavily, like including in episode 1, and then back again for episode 4. I mean, you really were all over it right near the start, and you've been coming back, I think, almost every series since, and it's been absolutely fantastic to have you in all the chats we've had.
Well, it really reminds me of lockdown, actually, because it was kind of a period where like this really came into its own, because it was like a time that we needed something to do, but also it was really joyous because it was such a beautiful summer that year in terms of the weather and stuff. And I just have these really vivid memories of like re-listening to the podcasts in the garden, like, and listening to the ones that we recorded together, and just feeling like really excited about it. And like this was something new, and it was something that we obviously shared like a love of, and it was really cool. So yeah, no, it's really got a lot of positive memories from it, and I'm really glad that we're both still doing it.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Well, I was going to say that was a great thing for you, because although you're my younger brother, you were my elder statesman in that sense, because you'd already been recording with Mike for a while then. Like I think maybe about a year or just over that, and you'd been kind enough to have me on that show there. I remember we did a recording about them up at Christmas Carol, and that was one of my like sort of gradual warm ups into doing this. Like kind of like a rehearsal for myself, and also of course you're a very by that time becoming an experienced podcaster, but also a qualified sound engineer, and that really helped me with some of the basics, like which way to face towards the microphone, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it was great, because we'd sort of had a bit of a run up on you there, and but it was such a great thing to do, like in that time period, and it just kind of reminds me of the best parts of that time. And just those, obviously, like, when you first start a project as well, you're talking about like the things that you've really, really wanted to be talking about. Like I think we did Day of the Dead. Was that our first one?
That's right, Day of the Dead and World War Z. And we I seem to remember, did some sort of last minute choices about what to do there. But we ended up, I think Day of the Dead was definitely on the list already. But we decided to lean into that theme partly because of what was going on around us. This was, recorded at I think I always say this, but about a week before the pubs closed, basically in March 2020. So it was, it's funny actually, because the EscapeGoat podcast, as I've said on a few of these now, it's become this accidental document. But at that very start, it was already that. In the first moment, it was the accidental document, but we leaned into documenting it. Because I was in Manchester very temporarily there, but nothing to do with the pandemic. I just was on leave, and then I ended up going back to London just about under the cover of legality of doing that, and then as a result, you and I ended up in different cities for several months, which is is how we were living already. But under the pandemic, it took on another bittersweet sort of twist. And you were there, living much nearer to our mum than me, and that gave every method of keeping in touch with you guys just an extra kind of valency.
Yeah, it was a really interesting time because, like, as you say, our living arrangements were kind of like quite similar to what they were, but it really did give us that impetus to do something creative and do something to, fill the days and feel productive. I had Luca, my son, was like, I guess what would have been 20, it'd be 2 years old, like when the pandemic was happening.
Yeah,
like,
not even quite.
So it was kind of like we had a lot to keep us occupied. That and obviously taking him around, but we were just so blessed to have like a garden. So I remember thinking like I think the worst thing to be in the pandemic would probably be like a single parent in like a block of flats or something. Like, I can't even imagine how kind of torturous that would have been.
Yeah.
But for us just to have a garden and be like, dual parenting and stuff like that, it wasn't a terrible time for us, I hate to say, because it was, it was okay. But yeah, it's really bizarre. I don't know if you get that kind of weird. Do they call it like the Mandela effect when you sort of forget about something? Is that, I don't know if that's...
Well, I think that's more when that's more when society as a whole kind of misremembers things, isn't it? Like meant to be, like incorrect dates of release from Nelson Mandela and stuff like that.
Is that where it comes from? I didn't know the origin of it, and I was hoping that it wasn't offensive.
I don't think so. But I think what you're talking about is forgetfulness.
Yes, yeah, that is a factor. Yeah, that's it. I did did do some drugs there.
For a bit.
For a bit, yeah. That's my favourite line in Black Books is, "Sorry, I may have been drinking before."
Yeah, it's good. I was thinking that one as well.
It's great.
Anyway, you've been on so many over the years. You've done some great collaborations. You've been on episodes. Me and you did the Blackadder one, and then I think felt like a long time afterwards, but I think it was maybe a year after that we did the Blackadder 2 one, which is still amongst the most downloaded episodes of the whole podcast. Which I think
wow.
Clearly, this podcast, if you look at its most popular episodes, has a bit of a British comedy niche. That's not everything we do, but that's clearly what people seek out for in some cases, and that's still a very popular one. And yeah, there were loads of common collaborations, but you and John getting to collaborate was good because you've both been such regular co-hosts. So that was already at the start of series 2, like a kind of mashup I got to do.
Yeah, he's great, man. Like John is he's just got a fantastic podcast voice as well. I think he's got a voice like just made for radio and podcasting, and also really great knowledge of most media actually, but also comedy in particular.
I was also recently re-listening to our Time Bandits episode, and just our one-on-one ones I cherish so much, especially when we get to revisit childhood memories together, because I've said before, for everyone who I share memories with on this podcast, some of us are quite close in age, some of us have experienced similar sort of cultural artifacts, but you and me have often experienced them at similar ages, literally in the same house from the same VHS tape, so it's hard to find someone. You're literally the most genetically similar person to me in the world. Yeah. So it's hard to find someone to talk about the ideas with as closely as
that's a really good point, but also it's that kind of thing of like they did an experiment on TV recently where I think it was part of Danny Robbins' what's it called, Uncanny series, because they obviously they sort of do the stuff about the paranormal and how people can experience like mass neurosis, things where people experience something differently or they misremember it and stuff like that, and they had this experiment where he was in a lecture theatre and this bloke came in and asked him for something and then left, and then they asked all the students afterwards, what did the guy look like, what was he wearing, what did he ask for, and it was incredible. Like, people remembered completely different things. He had brown hair, he had black hair, he asked you for a screwdriver, he asked you for a book, whatever it was, all this kind of thing. So that point being that I think it's really interesting to talk to you about it, because we saw exactly the same material, but we probably have a much different perspective on it, or maybe some similarities, but also some kind of really interesting differences as well.
Yeah, there's no such thing as objectivity in that sense, is there? And we could look at the same artifacts and different scenes or lines or actors would jump out at us, and even as you say, we've got similar things. And I guess you and I, more than a lot of people on this, will have these shared rituals as well, where every time we see each other at Christmas and stuff, we'll just be like, "Do you remember this? Do you remember this? Do you remember this?" Just sort of entrenching memory more and more and more. But even with that, we're looking at essentially different things.
Yeah, we are basically Peter Kay. Do you remember this? Do you remember that?
Yeah. You take that back. Especially for northern people, you've got to be careful when you classing yourself as Peter Kay.
Yeah. We're collectively Peter Kay.
Yeah, but I've enjoyed it so much over the years, and it's been just tremendous. I wanted you to know, and I'm also really, really glad that because I've been asking everyone to talk about their favorite episode of TV or an interesting, notable episode of TV that they like and appreciate, and I was. Maybe more than any of the others, when you told me which one you wanted to talk about, I was excited, because one thing I like is because this will be amongst the last recordings to go out, but also amongst the last I'm doing, and I really of this special. I mean, I wouldn't like to commit beyond that, but it's been really interesting, the mix of things that have come up. There have been some canonical, hard-hitting drama episodes, there's been some sitcoms now, there's been some interesting animations and kind of things that barely qualify as TV shows, it's been really interesting to talk about, lost oddities. But you just came to me talking about something that it would never have occurred to me to talk about, but the moment you said it, it makes sense, and obviously I know you, so it makes sense in a biographical sense as well. But, it's, I guess you'd call it kind of a reality show, but we can talk about that as well. You asked me to talk about an episode of Jackass, the original run of Jackass, or I guess the very short original run of Jackass, it turns out, looking out, but this is from Series 2, Episode 6 of the MTV show Jackass, which aired, turns out, 2000 to 2001, basically, in its original form.
Wow, that's incredible, because I think that we probably first saw it in like early 2002. That's when we were seeing it. I'll get into that and how we saw it. But to talk about, like, you were asking me, like, what to choose and which episode is like one of my favourites or like an honourable mention of like TV shows over the decades. I mean, that's one of the most difficult questions. Just it's like, what one episode of a TV show means the most to you? Or there was a few honourable mentions would be like Ham Radio episode of Frasier, the Jack Officer episode of South Park. The Christmas special of Father Ted, let's think, like do you know the episode Live from the Grillo-Matt snack bar of Monty Python?
Yeah, I certainly do. Yeah,
that for me was a really close second, I think, to this, because I would have picked that for the same reason that I picked this Jackass episode. It was that kind of transformative moment in my life of discovering something brand new that I couldn't quite fathom what it was to begin with, but I knew I loved it.
What I like about you picking this is we have actually touched on some of those shows before together. Like we've done deep dives on South Park, not that episode. We've done deep dives on Blackadder. We've talked about Monty Python in sort of orbitally when talking about the meaning of life and Time Bandits. There's some other shows I know you could have picked. I know you're a big Boardwalk Empire fan, for example, but people have picked big, dramas, big impactful dramas already, and I just like, there's something about you picking Jackass that's kind of just an interesting sidestep, but I know it comes from an honest place as well, in a different way than all those other things you love it.
Yeah, it's transformative. I think it's kind of one of those things that came at just the right time and completely encapsulated the sort of the coming of age in terms of music and skateboarding and just generally being, I think, daft but not macho was like the coolest thing about it. It was kind of, it was silly, surreal and ridiculous and fun and dangerous, but not in any way like masculine. Like to me it wasn't like a super macho kind of scally thing to watch. It was like what you like jockey, you would say in like American terms, and that was really appealing as well.
That's really interesting, because I want to talk to you about this in terms of that kind of punk, I guess you'd say, and kind of in terms of the sort of, I think this is probably pretty crucial, particularly being on MTV, the kind of band that they are. Like they're a band, basically. Like I think that's like a big part of the success of this is that's the way it works, and that's the way it has worked, and the way that part of the appeal of it. I was going to ask, like, quickly, because I kind of want to talk to you about the different sorts of things that happen in an episode of Jackass, because I watched this earlier today, and it's the first episode of Jackass I've watched in 15 years generously, shall we say, maybe more like 18, something like that. I mean, and it was really interesting to remember what the kind of makeup of an average episode was. But I wanted to ask you quickly if there's a reason why season 2, episode 6 was your pick. Is there like a sketch or a bit in this, or a couple of bits that are a particular reason?
Simply because it was the first episode that I saw. I think that's probably the best way to put it. So it takes me right back to that moment. So I have to tell you like a story of like how I first saw it, because that's kind of important to why I picked it. But so going back to like early 2002, woo, there we go. And me and my friends were at Oakwood High School in Charlton, and we were like we were known as hippies then. We weren't known as moshers, but we were punk sort of mosher skateboarders, listening to pop punk and heavy metal music right at the onset of that, when it kind of first started in like year 8 of high school. And we kind of created this kind of, I mean, it was partially true, but not like, very much in a group sense, so we felt this kind of group safety. We kind of told the teachers that we were at risk from getting killed by like, the sort of more scalified elements of the school. And
It wasn't that much
so
of a
they
lie,
were-
I don't think.
No, yeah, it was kind of true, but it was also not like imminently a threat. But we can, it was kind of a palpable threat, I guess. At least you were going to get your cigarettes robbed or whatever. So we said, because we're like this marginalised kind of minority, can we please just be have a space to ourselves? So we had this golden period where we had hippie club. And Hippie Club was at like the hour, lunch break. They let us go into a science room. Anyone who kind of identified as a mosher or whatever, who had the right kind of attitude, was allowed into this place.
Yeah.
And in there,
This is so funny when thinking about like safe spaces now and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, this was the original safe space for us, and it was like you go in there, you can, basically just talk and chat and do whatever. There was nothing really like put on for us. It was just like a space to be. And occasionally a guitar was brought in and people would play guitars. I remember Ali, the bass player from Fear of Music, a band that were fantastic, great Manchester band and friends of ours, would be like play the guitar, and me and him would pass it back and forward and so on. And then one day, this was all happening, and then one day they rolled the TV into the room. There was those big TVs that was like in a big wooden box and it had wheels and those massive like stainless steel legs. It was like that. And they reeled it in, and no one really knew why. And then my friend Sam just had a VHS, and his family were like one of the first families to have cable TV. They had like Sky or whatever it was. I think it was Sky or something like that. So he had MTV and MTV2 and all these channels that nobody else had like at all. So, and he said, I've recorded this show called Jackass, and it's really cool. It's about skateboarding and blah blah blah. And he put it in, and this episode started. And it was like this kind of moment where you didn't quite know what you were watching. Like at the onset of South Park as well. It was like you didn't really know, but you knew there was something incredible about it. And we sat there and we watched about 6 episodes, like back to back, of Jackass. And it was just one of the most, it was just an incredible moment. And they just seemed like they were on exactly the same page that we were on. And we were kind of already on that journey, which was nice. It was like we were already pushing each other off skateboards and listening to that kind of pop punk music, and just generally being silly and the rest of it. So, yeah, that's why it's the episode I picked.
So that's the group setting it comes out of, and that's the sort of initial moment. That's so interesting. I was thinking, because obviously I've just been doing some reading up about Jackass today, and it's really, there's a lot of stuff I didn't know about, both the build up to it and then this kind of long tail of it. The way in which it's kind of coalesced and kept going in terms of movies and loads of sequel and spin-off series and various things they've been up to. And that also reminds me of a band, like you can, I feel like I've been kind of reading up about like a band's long discography and like splits and arguments and feuds and reunions and stuff. So that's an interesting part of it.
Projects.
Very much solo projects and stuff like that. But I was also thinking, I was reading up about the start of it and how this coalesced out of stuff Johnny Knoxville was doing, but also the Big Brother sort of skating organisation and alternative media. CKY, the stuff that Bam Margera and Ryan Dunn were particularly involved with, and stuff that Steve-O was doing, and it all kind of coalesced into this kind of alternative label, and they eventually went to MTV, all that stuff. But I was thinking, apart from that's where that comes from. It comes from essentially alternative lifestyle media from the 90s and kind of culminates here in 2000. But I was thinking, watching it in 2000, or for you maybe like early 2002, whenever. One thing it reminds me of, we've talked about media from that era. You kind of look sideways to things like the Blair Witch, right? You talk about like kind of like, what is this? Like what even format is this? And it kind of, because it relies on digital video and portability and like and these kind of, at least until they hit MTV, like relatively anonymous people. It's like, what are these people doing? Yeah. And is this allowed?
It very much had that like feeling about it, where it was that anarchy and that kind of, it was sort of like it didn't really have a place in any medium, sort of, let alone like it didn't really particularly even like the medium of MTV that was putting it on. It was kind of like it was kind of this thing that was like completely different from anything else like you'd ever seen. And it didn't have a recognisable format, even though the format was really pleasing and really, really worked. And the fact that, like you said, it is the sum of so many parts, it comes together so perfectly. And there are lots of, like, now you know that, and you see it, you go, oh yeah, this is like a patchwork of like different things, all coming together. Like you said, like Knoxville was kind of like a shock journalist, and then like the director, the guy who directed all the.
Well, I'd completely forgotten that Spike Jonze was is plugged into it and is an executive producer of it.
Yeah. So there you go. So it's got him, and he's like features in a couple of episodes. But is it Jeff Tremaine? I think it's Jeff, who's like the director.
Yeah,
the one who's kind of like always.
He did a lot of the ring mastering at the start. Yeah.
Yeah, he did like the Big Brother stuff, and then also the CKY, the band Margera stuff, which was kind of like skate videos with stunts. So it's kind of like Jackass, but it didn't have as much kind of comedy to it. It was more just kind of like, there was not as much kind of facing the camera and that kind of thing. It was more slightly more arty, if you like, and it just all comes together in this like perfect like melting pot.
Yeah, I was thinking watching this episode, so watching Series 2, Episode 6, and these episodes, like when you remove all the MTV adverts and stuff from them, they're like 20 minutes, you can watch them so quickly.
Yeah.
I was thinking what they do fall into, because I was thinking, stuff you and I grew up watching in the UK, like, I guess the obvious ones would be things like You've Been Framed and like Jeremy Beadle's show as well.
Yeah.
Actually, I should split those two, right? Because Jeremy Beadle's stuff is like usually hidden camera, audience reaction, public reaction stuff. You've Been Framed as people, deliberately or otherwise, we always used to debate that, getting hurt, basically, or meeting with mishaps.
Yeah.
And this is like a fusion of those.
Yeah.
But there's also just kind of like little sketches, little sort of surreal vignettes, little things that are happening that aren't particularly violent, but like maybe they're a little humiliating, but I'm thinking of things like Wee Man like riding is it Preston around as a boat and stuff like that, which are just kind of silly, I mean, that's not even really a sketch, is it?
No, it's cool because like there's that door, that thing that's on a door that's like a spring, and there's one episode where he just pulls it and he just goes boing, 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 and the springs back and forth, and they just do that three times. And so, so it had this kind of like, people, I guess it's like you're given a camera, what do you find interesting or amusing or whatever, and that might make the cut or it might not. I think also as like, as British viewers, we have to mention Trigger Happy TV.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
Because that started, I'm guessing 98, 99. Is that right? Maybe 99, Trigger Happy?
I think you're about right there, I think, yeah.
And that very much had that kind of feeling to it, where it was like, obviously it was kind of the same format in a way. It was stunts and kind of public, like reality TV sort of interactions with silly sketches and things like that. And that also had like a great musical soundtrack, like put over the top, but did have very surreal kind of, sort of art sketches in there as well. It had like this really funny feeling of like being something quite profound at times, which I think was what was so great about it.
Yeah, you could say that Trigger Happy TV was almost like the cosy, quite arty, sort of often melancholic middle class version of this, and that's something that our family would have sat around and watched together, but we wouldn't have all sat together and watched Jackass with Mum and Dad.
No, exactly. Yeah, this was just for us really. I listened to an interview with Dom Jolly, who was the host of Trigger Happy TV. And he said something that I thought was fantastic, was that, him and his co-producer, whatever person who helped him out, they would be going, in the van looking for people to prank and sketches to do and so on with the cameras and everything like that. But occasionally, like when they, were halfway through a filming day, they would see someone that they wanted to prank or a sketch they wanted to do, and they would look at each other and just go, "For the love," and they would say, "For the love," and they would shake hands, and they would put the camera down and go and just do it, without filming it. And I just thought that was so cool. Like, this idea of like, we love doing this anyway. This doesn't have to be filmed, but this is just like, something just to enjoy, just for me and you. And I just thought that was great.
That's cute. I really like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's really nice. Yeah, I love that. So, let's talk about pain a bit, right? Because I kind of, we talk about sketch shows and hidden camera shows there, and this is both of those occasionally. But I think I'm not even saying least charitable, like just another thing this is, right, is kind of going back to the freak show. It's going back to the sort of... It's going back to carnival shows where people hurt themselves or humiliate themselves for money, and kind of, I don't know, did you ever see that movie Nightmare Alley that came out a few years ago?
No, that was the Del Toro one, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, no, I did, yeah. Me and Mike have just talked about that, actually, on our podcast. Yeah, it was very much that, wasn't it? It was kind of the idea that, like, you had these, you weren't quite sure where the lines were, what was reality and what was kind of staged, and this is obviously exactly that for the early 2000s.
Yeah, and I think particularly if you get someone like, they all do dangerous, painful things here, but I think particularly you get someone like Steve-O, who is not that unusual looking a dude. He's got a kind of distinctive look, but his whole thing is kind of to be a sort of like quite vanilla version of the geek, essentially, hasn't it? In that sense, in the carnival sense, like he's to be hurt and sort of challenged and tried on a high level. And obviously, you've got Wee Man which is like a whole other thing, like of kind of the entertainment of little people over the years, and this is an era of film, particularly in which that's not missing, is it? Around the turn of the millennium.
Who's paired with Preston, who is like obese, so you've got this kind of like little and large thing going on. That's very much like the world's fattest man, the world's smallest man thing going on, which is undeniable.
Yeah, but it's carnival extremes and it's band extremes, and it makes me want to think again about the way how friendship groups, and you might have something to say about this, like how friendship groups at that age, maybe particularly male friendship groups, but I think in general, they sort of define each other, and even when the friendship group is working well and is affectionate, there's a kind of, and it sounds like yours was, by the way, obviously I know a lot of these people you're sort of referring to, like it was a very warm, lovely, affectionate group, and a huge one as well, when it held together, and but I think some of the strength of it was you had these mad extremes in the group, and you had these very odd personas in your friendship group, and they were kind of the outliers. And it's the same way in which Jackass works. If you've got all these huge personalities and quite outlandish people who all, but the show just exudes a warmth to it, doesn't it? Despite, because I was talking to my partner before, I was talking to Olivia about is this like a cruel show, and I was like, well, there's sadism in it, definitely, but it's I don't see it as I see it as a sort of cozy, communal sadism almost,
Yeah, well, that's it. And Knoxville being the lead, like if you want to call Knoxville the leader of the gang, he takes the worst hits of any of them, which is great because Knoxville's like the least skilled. He can't skate, he can't do any gymnastics or clown or anything, but he does like the worst possible things. He must have like the highest pain threshold because he's the one dropping off vert ramps that are like 10 feet high, and that's why I think I love Knoxville, because it's like the general. I wouldn't ask you to do anything I wouldn't do myself, boys.
But that almost feels like part of the contract, doesn't it? And part of what keeps it cozy is, like, as you say, like he's the lead, he's handsome, he's probably going to get invited to the most showbiz parties out of all of them off the back of this. And obviously they couldn't tell how successful it would be at this stage, but it does feel almost like part of what makes it fair is that he has to be first into battle.
Yeah, and he is. I mean, by this seemingly, but they also all have their own skill sets as well, if you like, or things that they got, like Bam Margera and like Steve-O are really actually good at skating, so they can do these things that are a little bit more kind of skillful and stuff, whereas like when Knoxville gets on a vert ramp, the whole point is he's not going to be able to do anything. He's just going to fall, but like when you see Bam or the other ones doing it, you're like, oh, these guys could actually do this stunt, like this could work.
Based on episode 6 of series 2, which I watched today, so it's fairly fresh in the mind, I was going to ask you what you found most painful, because I think we've talked before, haven't we, about horror in general, fictional horror. It's harder sometimes when you get a bit older to watch some things that you would have laughed off as a teenager because they're grisly and, like you see gory effects, and you maybe have more of a sense of your own mortality, or you've got more squeamish, or, you have kids or whatever, and, you just kind of can't take everything the same. This is obviously real stuff happening to varying degrees with safety nets, I mean, there's obviously a bit of that in place, a little bit, minimum for MTV. But I was like, because I mean, for me, it's the skating stuff, like the blindfolded skateboarding, particularly the vert ramp stuff. But this is me. Do you remember? This is me as like a timid person who found roller skating and rollerblading and stuff too much, because I just, even at the age of 14 and stuff, I was just too scared to hit my elbows and knees and stuff, and I just kind of, I rode a bike as a kid. I fell off bikes, I fell out of trees and stuff like that. I wasn't like a really, really timid kid, but that sort of stuff always struck me so extreme, even just on the street or down the park, so that stuff, I just can't believe they're doing it.
Yeah, because I mean, they've got to be late 20s, these guys, like when they're doing this show, most of them, mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s, some of them. To answer your question, it probably is the blind skateboarding, because I know, because I did skate, like, when I was younger, and I still can balance on a skateboard. Now, like, I know what that feels like, like what they're doing to an extent, like, however, like, I was kind of more like a street level kind of skater. Like, I went to a skate park twice, and I went on the vert ramp once and fell sideways and tried to do it, and I just landed on my elbow and never did it again because I felt a shock through my entire body. And when I thought to myself, if you take the skateboard out of this situation, you're just falling off a wall sideways onto your head. It's like there's no difference. Yeah. And I thought you wouldn't normally do that. So to answer your question, it's definitely the blindfolded skateboard. And the fire hose and stuff, like, I'm sure it's really painful, but I've never been hit by a fire hose, so I'm not sure how it feels.
Yeah, you've done bits of pieces of this that you can sort of relate. The other bit I couldn't believe, and just seems like I'm amazed he didn't die, is the bit where Steve-O gets hit. They run him over with an airboat, and I'm just like, and it just. whatever he's wearing, it looks like it smacks him like right in the skull.
Yeah.
Like at head height, like kind of at decapitation height, and I'm just like, I'm not sure what's going on with that and how much experience he had of doing anything like that before. But I was just like, what? I think I said "whoa" out loud, like I nearly spat my drink out.
Yeah. I because you hear the impact of it as well. It's like this really high impact. But Steve-O was, he was he was definitely the most drugged up like member of the team. And like when I was watching footage of him, like when they're doing the slingshot towards the end, you can hear him slurring, and you can hear him like he's out of his mind, like like most of it. And I think that obviously there's probably a lot of that going on, but Steve-O was definitely the worst for it. Have you ever heard Steve-O's hip hop album that he recorded on PCP?
No, I've not. No.
I know it's pretty morbid, but do listen to it because it is one of the funniest things you'll ever hear. He literally can't speak, but he recorded an entire album, and it's like he's just slurring his words, and it's very amusing. But yeah, he's clean now. He's dry and clean, and he's doing seems to be doing really well. So he's one of the sort of happiest stories from the aftermath of the show.
Yeah, well, the aftermath was interesting because I was looking that up, and there's bits of it I don't want to dwell on as just a bit grim, but I was thinking, like, for instance, Ryan Dunn passed away, I think, circa 2011. Bam Margera, who's a close friend of Ryan Dunn, seems to have not been doing that great anyway, and has done progressively worse essentially since then, into a whole bunch of substance abuse and family ways. Yeah, I think you could say that. Yeah, and they've obviously had a bunch of other ups and downs career-wise going on, and that's what reminds me of reading up like a band discography, not just the closest of them and the type, all these disparate people coming together, but the long tail of it. All these spin-offs and sub-brands and kind of fallouts and get back together and all that. But I was also just thinking, it's kind of, I don't know, that there's just something really. There's something really nice, and I know probably a lot of their accountants and stuff would disagree about how none of them got that famous afterwards. Like Johnny Knoxville, I'd say for people our age is still I wouldn't say a household name, but like he's a name. People know who you're talking about, and some of the others people go, oh yeah, that guy. They'll remember them. But like none of them, even Johnny Knoxville with his mainstream Hollywood acting, he was in a few movies, but he never really got massive. And the others all kind of again persisted in sort of MTV spin-off projects or more alternative media stuff or online release stuff as that got bigger and bigger, and it's kind of, they all still feel kind of like cult figures,
Absolutely, yeah, that's really true. I never thought about that because, like, Knoxville is probably arguably the most famous, but like you say, he did a couple of movies, did Men in Black 2 and a couple of comedy movies, and then he did the Bad Grandpa movies, which were Jackass films. They were sort of under that label, and that was kind of nice because it was like going back to the label. I think they're hilarious. I think they're really funny, like the Bad Grandpa movies. But yeah, no, you're right, and that's really cool. So they've kind of kept a bit of that street cred, really, in that respect. They've not become like, Knoxville doesn't pop up in loads of Pixar movies or anything like that.
Yeah, Bad Grandpa's interesting, isn't it? Because you kind of they're kind of in a sense got overtaken by, and then in turn influenced by Sacha Baron Cohen. You can tell Bad Grandpa exists because Borat particularly got big.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that kind of reality sting. But you could argue that they were kind of, I suppose Ali G was kind of doing that stuff, in the late 90s as well, and getting into, because I kind of like to think about these things and think what's the origin of this style of comedy, and getting into Jiminy Glick recently, I've just discovered this Martin Short character that I just think is incredible, and it makes me I've just laughed myself stupid over the last few weeks, like watching these sketches, and he's been doing that since like the late 80s, I think, or something like that, and that's a real real celebrity roast public prank character. And also I think another honourable mention after him is Tom Green, because the Tom Green Show, because he was doing that involved obviously ridiculous, like, gross out stunts and public interactions and all that kind of stuff, and he was doing that in the mid to late 90s, and that was obviously predates Jackass by about 4 or 5 years. So it's like, where does it start?
This comes out about the same time as Tom Green's doing Freddy Got Fingered and like appearing in loads of smaller roles in like Charlie's Angels and was it like Road Trip and stuff? Yeah,
that's right, because he was married to what's her name, E.T. girl, Drew Barrymore.
Oh, Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
That's funny you should say that, because I actually, in a mad moment last year, I actually rewatched the first Charlie's Angels movies. Not great, but I'd actually, obviously he's in that, and I'd forgotten the Drew Barrymore personal connection. That's really funny.
I want to give Freddy Got Fingered a shout out for anyone who's not seen it, because I think that is one of the one of the best movies ever made for the following reason. Is that the whole plot of the movie is like Tom Green gets $1 million to make his stupid little cartoon. And that's pretty much what Freddy Got Fingered is. You know, he got $1 million or, you know, multiple $1 million to make this film, make it whatever he wanted to make. And it is just like, it's so ridiculously throwaway stupid. And the fact that you get people on YouTube critiquing Freddy Got Fingered, you know, which is just, that's even funnier than the movie, you know, watching people trying to pick holes in it. It's like, he puts sausages on his fingers and then he sings a song about, you know, Daddy, would you like some sausage? It's just juvenile. I was like, yep, yeah, pretty much.
It's funny that, to take this lightly now, so many decades on and with us both as adults, because obviously this was actually quite a big thing. This was like almost like a second Mary Whitehouse kind of, or Video Nasty scare now, of the effect Jackass had on adolescence and the risks it posed. I was reading today, it literally came up in the vice presidential debates in 2000. What was so first obvious question, you and your friendship group, your extended circle, what's the worst you saw someone got hurt trying to imitate any of this stuff?
I think it probably have to be our friend Jack, because we were having a sort of some sort of bike race that was a silly, you know, there was something involved where like we were riding bikes that were made of string or something, you know, they were like ridiculously, you know, there was something wrong with them, put it that way, and Jack fell off and hit his head really hard, bless him, and that was probably the one where it was like you literally had to call the parents and get the parents down to come and get him and stuff like that. But there was
like in a this isn't funny anymore kind of way, like something actually might have gone very badly wrong here.
And I think Mark might have dislocated his knee, like jumping over. I mean, you know, not to sound flippant, but it's kind of like, how much time have you got? You know, so I think there was, yeah, it was a lot. Yeah. There was a lot.
I always felt, I mean, even at the time being a slightly older teenager, but certainly now, I always kind of I have mixed feelings about that, because you know, I know there were copycat Jackass incidents, some of them quite serious, and where Jackass was, you know, a bit like with Marilyn Manson and stuff, you know, where Jackass was quoted as, you know, by the kid or kids involved, you know, as an inspiration, although, you know, some of it famously wasn't stuff that happened on the show. I think you could say there was a sort of spirit of Jackass, you know, in the air.
Definitely.
I sort of have mixed feelings though, because I'm like, well, adolescents would be doing that kind of thing anyway, really.
Yeah.
You know, like this is kind of coming from the ground up in a way, isn't it? This is stupid shit people are doing for free or semi-professionally, all distilled into this massive MTV package. But and obviously people will have got ideas from it. But
yeah. Well, you know, that's true. I mean, like we didn't really do anything that was on Jackass. We did all of our own stuff. We didn't want to do something that we'd done by them. It was like we made up our own.
You couldn't afford to do the stuff that was on Jackass.
Yeah, exactly. But if you remember, me and you were throwing flaming footballs at each other, like in 1999, like when we made that Stuntmaster film. You know, that was pre-Jackass. You know, so no, which proves your point.
Well, talking about the effect, you know, because I was talking to our friend Jack actually the other day, and you know, the one you just referenced, and he mentioned the Fields of Mischief sort of brand. Do you want to just like very briefly talk about that? Because that was, I think that was, it's fair to say that was a sort of, it's different from Jackass, but it's the sort of thing that you were involved with when you were very young that kind of came out of some of that.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to bring up actually, because that was such a huge part of our life, but it did again predate the Jackass thing by just not very very long, but kind of, you know. But it certainly didn't hurt, like, you know, sort of keeping us doing that kind of stuff, because we our friend Max was like the first of our group to have a proper video camera, and he had it, you know, since the late 90s. Like him and our neighbours have been filming like films of themselves doing silly things, and then when we became friends in sort of 2001 like onwards, he came up with the idea of like making videos of us doing Jackass style stunts or whatever, but you know, at the time it was kind of just us messing around and doing all sorts of things, and he compiled all that and edited it perfectly, and you know, and gave it a Radiohead soundtrack and stuff, and like all these fantastic, like, you know, songs of the time, and put it together as Fields of Mischief, and he made 3 of those, and I think they were all about 20 minutes each, thereabouts, and they were just a fantastic compendium of our childhood and those silly things that you do. And it was very much of that Jackass style, where everybody had their own moment to be silly and to do their own little sketches and their own little things and stunts. And they're invaluable. Like, I'm so I'm so glad that he did that, because like, you know, he really took it upon himself to do all the heavy lifting with that, you know, and to edit it and to put it together and stuff. And I'm so glad. I can't wait to watch those when when I'm older. We need to get them digitized.
I guess in their own super DIY, lo-fi kind of way, homebrewed sort of neighborhood sort of way, they're almost like a bit off that trick happy TV thing, aren't they? Like a sort of an anglicisation of Jackass, but putting a bit of more of a arty spin on it. You know, they're an anglicised version of that in a very different way than, say, Dirty Sanchez then is. And I shouldn't say anglicised for Welsh, but you know what I mean. It's taking this product like, you know, rock and roll and then making it more British, and that's a way that Max was doing that. That's the way Dirty Sanchez and their crew were doing it. This kind of spawned quite a lot of stuff. You know?
Yeah, because you know, like Fields of Mischief was like not really all about the stunts and pain. It was more about like, you know, kind of being silly and like sort of knock a door run style pranks and stuff, but edited together with that kind of arty, you know, feel. I mean, it's really sophisticated, actually. Like looking back at it, you know, so again, all credit to Max. Like, you know, his editing and his like the way he placed the music and stuff. And you know, you think to yourself, like, you know, he was 13 years old. Like, you know, it's crazy. But you're just, you know, borrowing from all these influences that you have in your brain that are just natural to you. You know, you're not doing it intentionally. They're just kind of these natural kind of, you know, filmic and TV influences that just absolutely brilliant.
I think what's interesting as well is Fields of Mischief, and I'm sure many other homegrown movies like it have a kind of stoner sensibility, and it's kind of partly because of, you know, not to be specific about your demographic or anything, but like, you know, it's partly because you are getting into mid-teens and you might be experimenting with, you know, soft drugs and, you know, drinking and stuff like that, and they had a kind of woozy kind of feel to them. And I was thinking one thing Jackass isn't really, apart from their multiple concussions and stuff, is it's not really a stoner thing. You know, like I'm sure many of them were indulging in weed and much stronger things than that during the production, but it's not got that vibe, has it? I think even something like, you know, Wayne's World or Bill and Ted has more of a stoner vibe than Jackass. Jackass is all quite sharp and punky, you know.
Yeah, they're surprisingly clean and focused, really. Like, you know, for most of it. I mean, like, apart from, you know, you can hear Steve-O slurring his words a bit, but like, no, there's a sort of a commitment to it. It's like, we're going to do this. We've showed up sober and we're going to do this. Like, you know, kind of it's professional. Yeah. Like, we're working for MTV now. You know, we've got to do this.
Well, I wonder. I haven't read this in detail, but I know they had tensions with MTV, and I actually wonder if there might have been like drug tests and stuff. You know, or at least sobriety tests like breathalyzers and stuff. I wonder if there actually might have been a bit of, you're showing up to work and we've at least got a kind of a ring-fenced version of safety going on here. You know,
that would be fascinating to hear. I mean, I'm sure probably because I think that in the first season some of the footage was like pre-MTV, you know, like stuff they'd already compiled. So it was like, you know, you can have this, you know, we'll put it in the thing. So, but, you know, probably by the time you get to season 3 and the movie, by the time you get to the Jackass movies, you know, there was probably a lot more of that going on. But I think that a lot of that was internal as well, by the sounds of it. Like Jeff Tremaine saying, Steve-O, you can't show up. If you're doing cocaine, you can't do this movie. So I think, you know, that kind of thing. And they could all tell when he was high and like when he wasn't. So they were like, you know, that kind of thing. Not to put it all on Steve-O, because I'm sure a lot of them were doing stuff.
No, of course not. I mean, I was going to say that's one of the saddest things about the story in the end, isn't it? Is well, apart from Ryan Dunn's death, obviously being the saddest thing, but that's not directly show related. But Bam Margera, I think it's the production of Jackass Forever, wasn't it? You know, the movie that came out relatively recently. Bam Margera being kicked off the set apparently for substance misuse and bad behaviour and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, just being unreliable. I suppose ultimately when you're making a film, you can't be that unreliable.
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to make the film, and it's and there's just some melancholy about that, isn't it? Because, you know, apart from the state his life seems to be in general, you're out of the gang now. That's like, with bands, that's always the saddest thing, isn't it? You just can't play with us anymore.
You don't have that protection of the group for whatever reason, and you know, I just hope they manage to get it back together, because I mean, like the state that Steve-O was in and how much he's put his life back together, and how, you know, he's got a really successful podcast called Steve-O's Wild Ride, and he's had some amazing interviews on there. And it's a shame about Bam. Like, I hope he manages to get it back together. But him and Ryan Dunn were like, you know, best mates. So to see him go, I think in the prime of life, and that was alcohol related. You know, like obviously Ryan Dunn was intoxicated when he had the crash and everything like that. So, you know, yeah, I don't know. It's tricky, but it's sad to see. I guess these people that just brought nothing but joy into your life, and, you know, and just seem to be having so much fun doing it. You just want them to carry on being that for you and for themselves, and so yeah, it's sad. Hopefully Bam will get it together.
Of course, well, I hope so. Well, you know, I wanted to sort of finish by asking you about, because you did pick this, and because you picked it partly on the degree of it being formative, and not just the product itself of Jackass and this episode being formative, but the watching it with your friends and the friendship group in some ways in which it sort of reinforced and, helped further to coalesce. You were obviously growing up then. You were a kid turning into an adolescent, turning into a teenager, turning into an adult, and you changed a lot of the years as we all did. I guess part you can answer this as much about Jackass or as much about that friendship group as you like, but like, how do you think you changed? Like, mostly, do you think? How did you think you are a different adult now because of this kind of phase of your life?
I think like most of the things, it just taught me to not take life too seriously. I think that's kind of like what I liked about it, is because it had that kind of throwaway nature of like, it was kind of, I think it was good, it was just silly, it's like, it's just coming back to that, that word, like, that Monty Python liked so much, was just like, just being silly, it's just like, just the silliness of it. And again, that's what differentiated it from the other, what we felt was like the other culture at the time, which was obviously just being really macho and masculine and, that kind of thing. It was just like this kind of, that's not us. We're just going to be daft and fun and silly, but also, fun and respectful and, and interesting, and listen to, just like listen to what music you want to listen to. There's no kind of borders with genre. So I think it's just, I think it just informed it in that way, really. It was just kind of like, like you said about the collective, it was really nice to have that collective of really quite different characters just put together, but all just enjoying each other's, influences and so on. And so, yeah, I guess hopefully it just made me more inclusive and less shut off, I guess. I don't know.
Isn't that interesting? We touched on it before, but, it almost strikes me now as thinking like you could refer to Jackass as like the anti-bullying show.
Yeah.
Like, it's full of what should be bullying, but it's somehow deeply anti-bullying.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like they're all set towards a common goal. I think that's the things, like, when they're doing this slingshot and they're all discussing how how Chris should lean. That kind of stuff. They need this to work. Like, it's got to work. It's just play, isn't it? It's just playing. It's just a bunch of like 20-somethings just wanting to make the toy work.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating. Really interesting, and I like your description of it as anti-macho as well, because a lot of people could see this as like off-puttingly macho and all about pain and one-upmanship and sort of competition and stuff. And I like your take on it, that it's almost the reverse of that. It has elements of that, but it sort of blends them together into something that isn't that.
It's not posy, it's not sort of posery, I guess. It's kind of like, we don't mind looking stupid and ridiculous, and we're all going to support each other in that.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's really interesting. So from that, I mean, this is long after that era of your life. This is kind of getting more into the sort of late noughties, I think. It's hard to reconstruct, isn't it? But like this sort of period of Jackass fandom and behaviour and sort of the group dynamic, I suppose, has a weird sort of post sort of epilogue, doesn't it, in your life? Because in the late noughties, you decided to do a very silly thing, and it became kind of briefly, minorly, but quite widely famous. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? Because it's too odd not to mention, really.
Yeah, and actually, I've just thought this relates directly back to Tom Green, because basically I got a hangover when I was about 20, and I was like, what the hell is this? So I'm going to stop drinking for a while. So I just stopped drinking because I got a bit scared, and I started drinking Red Bulls at the pub and stuff. And my friend Mark, my best friend, was really upset that I'd stopped drinking, so he kept calling me Humplick all the time. And he just called me Humplick for like ages, which is Glenn Humplick, which was one of Tom Green's mates. Anyway, and so he said, dude, if you do a vodka eye shot, which is where you sort of put the lip of the bottle on your eyeball and you tip it up and pour the vodka into your eye, and it gets ingested into your body that way, then I'll stop calling you Humplick all the time. So I was like, okay, cool. So I did it. It was filmed. It was put on his YouTube channel. It sat there for months, not doing anything, like with 60 views or something like that. And then Mark rang me one day, I can't remember how long later, or 6 months later or something, and said, dude, my video has just got like 400,000 views overnight. And I was like, what? And it's like, anyway, it became this thing, like,
so strange. It was so strange.
Yeah, it was out of nowhere. And he said, basically there's this huge moral panic about kids like pouring alcohol into their eyes. And I was like, is there? It's not even like, completely unaware. And he's like, yeah. And then and he said CBS and NBC and it was the CNN have contacted me asking if I would just tell me who's in the video and what it's all about and so on. The long story short, not much came of that really, but the BBC got wind of it, and they sent like a research team out to one of our house parties and came to film us, like, you know, doing what we do. And it was hilarious because it was like, you know, it's like, so you guys like do, you like vodka, you stick vodka in your eyes and stuff. We were like, not really. Like, no, we just kind of drink and like listen to music and stuff. And they were like, well, you know, they stuck a camera in our face. It was like, do what you do. And we were like, we were like snoochie boochies. Like, you know, we just don't know like how to act. And we were just like the worst, you know, kind of audience for it. But a friend of ours who, you know, was way more outgoing than anyone else in our group, just basically, you know, hijacked the whole thing, and it became kind of about him, and he got really good publicity for his music off it and stuff. So some good came of it.
Yeah, odd chapter of our lives, and you know, again, just that weird blurred line between reality and entertainment, I guess, that Jackass walked so successfully.
It was beautifully surreal, and like, you know, when the team turned up, it was a director who'd just been to Nepal with her cameraman, and I was like, and they filmed something about a lost tribe or something like that, and I was like, well, you know, this is going to be just as interesting as that, you know. And it was like, it was incredible. It was a comedy sketch in itself, really.
Werner Herzog turned up.
Literally, yeah, pretty much.
That'd be amazing. Well, you know, you mentioned a few in the lean up, but you know, if you were going to pick something else and it hadn't been Jackass, was there a number two choice? You know, if that had fallen through, or, you know, what would you have gone amongst those things that you mentioned, or anything else?
Oh man, well, I think South Park would have to be. Do you know what? Probably the Christmas special of South Park, the Mr. Hanky, the Christmas Poo episode, and just again for the reason that, you know, it was the first. I remember that moment so vividly. I was at my friend Connell's house, and he had recorded South Park off, you know, on VHS, this episode, and I just didn't know what I was watching. It was this weird kind of moment where it's animation, but it's adult, it's forbidden. There's something about it that's kind of like, you know, and quite, and that's funnily enough, that's the one episode that doesn't have any intro music on it. It just kind of starts with them singing "We Wish You a Merry Christmas," you know, so it is music, but it's not the intro music. So again, you don't quite get. Because obviously an intro of a TV show is to kind of give you a mission statement of what this is about and the anarchic feeling of South Park or whatever. But this was just like, okay, Christmas carols, cut out characters, and then we're going straight into stuff about, you know, religious, you know, really religious controversy and stuff. I was like, what is going on? Like, you know, so yeah, you know, there's so many, but yeah, I'm gonna say that would be my second choice. And my third choice would probably be the Gorilla Mat episode of Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Nice. I like that. Three different forms of silliness that were formative. I like that. It's like being bottled and distilled. That speaks highly of you. Well, thanks, Matt. Thanks for joining us for the 5th anniversary, and thanks for being part of these specials. And I really hope we get to have many such conversations in the future. It's been absolutely amazing.
Oh, thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
And see you soon.
Bye-bye.
He's messing up and trying again and messing up again and then getting things wrong and then trying to make them right. That's what everyone does. To Michael.
To Michael. What do you think happens when people walk through the door? It's the only thing in the universe I don't know.
I don't know either. The wave returns to the ocean. What the ocean does with the water after that is anyone's guess. But as a very wise, not robot once told me, the true joy is in the mystery.
Do you mind if I stay here until you're gone?
Only if you say that thing I taught you.
I hate to see you walk through the final door at the edge of existence, but I love to watch you leave.
There we go.
Welcome back, Kat. Really nice to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's really good to have you back, and thanks for joining me for the anniversary celebration of the EscapeGoat podcast as well, which you know that I started this 5 years ago. I started it in early 2020, just as all kinds of hell were about to break loose. And apart from thanking you, as I've thanked the other guests for being on the show in general, and I'll talk about some of my memories doing that, I wanted to thank you for helping me get off to a good start there, because I seem to remember that you were somewhat of a sort of editing life coach when we started.
Oh,
Because
really? I can't even remember that.
oh yeah, no, you helped me out because you were on episode 5 and the
Hmm.
one we did about Ex Machina, and what was the other double bill? It was Ex Machina and that Lee Winnell film, Upgrade.
Yes, upgrade. Yeah.
Upgrade, yeah. So that was like when I was still doing them at one a week, right at the very start. And I was
Mm.
playing around with Audacity and I was kind of like learning the basics. And when I recorded with you, I wonder if I'd even no, I think I'd got a couple out, but I was learning week by week by week how to even do the basics. And the fact that you are a very adept professional editor, you gave me some pointers just on really basic things like, smoothing plosives and audio, and like when you make a clip, like how to best arrange it, and just like really just like judicious cuts to make and things like that. And I'm not saying I've mastered everything yet, but I think the fact that I'm even as adept as I am and got there relatively quickly is a large part thanks to you. So I just want to say thank you to you for that.
Oh, well, I'm so glad that I was able to help you set up a solid foundation for that.
Yeah,
It's
and then
funny.
forget about it completely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. There is, I don't really think of myself as somebody who has imposter syndrome, but there was something about calling me professional that felt funny to me.
Yes, I'll
But
throw
yeah,
some
I
more of
guess
those at you. Some more positive adjectives just to make you feel really super awkward.
yeah, somebody does pay me to do those sorts of things.
Yes, well,
And
that's always good. I suppose that helps extinguish the imposter syndrome a little bit, at least.
I think that's the difference between amateur and professional. That's really just
The
it's a
money,
very fine line. Yeah, the money thing.
yeah, that's what that's for. But yeah, I mean, it was just fantastic that early on, and particularly during the darkest bits of 2020, or some of them, to get to chat to you and keep up with you, because we met when we were at university together in Scotland, and we've lived quite far apart for quite a long time now. I'm speaking to you. I'm in England. You're in on the west coast of the US. So, and that's been the case for quite a few years now.
Yeah, I was just thinking recently about the last time I went to the UK. I actually can't remember. It might have been 2018, which is 7 years ago now, which is really wild to me. But yeah, I mean, I was also thinking about how the episode of TV that we're talking about today aired in January of 2020. So probably very similar to the time that EscapeGoat started to be a thing for you.
Oh, that's right. So that was just wrapping up then, was it?
Yeah.
That's funny because a show that I mean, I'll get into it in a minute, but this is not a show I know well. A show I know very well, BoJack Horseman, finished then as well. And I always think of
Hmm.
that as being like the last bit of 2010s culture, kind of like
Hmm.
finishing and having to get itself out of the way before the pandemic could then happen. It's almost like people talk about Cats, like bringing on the pandemic, just from its like
Yes.
curseness. I kind of think of BoJack Horseman as almost like the good version of that. It's like BoJack Horseman wanted no part of what was to come, so it finished. It shuffled nicely off before that.
And I actually haven't watched any BoJack Horseman and her great things, but when I was doing a little bit of pre-reading for this pod, there was some talk about some comparisons between the end of BoJack Horseman and the end of this, which I imagine you might bring up.
I might bring them up. Yeah, good, because I should say that as well as spoiling the main topic of conversation, we'll throw in spoilers for some other things as well. And I think it's particularly interesting that you picked a finale, because at
Mm,
least at time of recording, I am going to do some more of these, but I can edit this bit out if that's no longer the case. At time of recording, you are the only person to have picked a finale to talk about, and I think that's
mm.
interesting. And I want to talk to you about that almost before anything else. But
Yeah, that does surprise me a little bit. Do you want me to say anything about that now?
I'll tell you what. I'll talk about what we're talking about,
Yeah.
and then straight into that, because I do have
And I like for the listeners, you have to understand that David told me specifically right before we started talking about the structure of this, and I'm already trying to jump the structure
yeah.
right
No,
into the deep end.
I like the phrase "jump the structure right into the deep end." That's probably something that no human has ever said before. That
I love to mix metaphors and then backtrack really quickly in my head and try and make it an original sentence. But
no, I love it. It's great. It's like I feel like I've just won some weird game or something by even being present at that moment in history. So, Kat has asked me to chat. Well, first to watch, and then to chat about the finale, the overall series finale of The Good Place, which is a very popular, I suppose a cult, but very popular within that cult sitcom, which, as you say, wrapped up a few years ago at time of recording. in 2025, and that is called Whenever You're Ready. It's a double length episode. I watched it on Netflix, as one thing, as one sort of roughly 50-minute episode. And I should say before I even talk to Kat about this, I don't know The Good Place, so I think I watched a couple of episodes when it was still on, I think, and just to sort of to see how I felt about it. And I didn't really go any further with it. And it's not one of those things that necessarily put me off. It's just there's loads of shows. You watch a couple of episodes, you get distracted by something else, and you don't go further. So I somewhat gloriously have watched the first two, I'd say, episodes, and then this finale in isolation at your encouragement, and I actually really enjoy that. And part of what I'm looking forward to talking about with you in this episode to come is that's quite a strange experience in itself. And like I've got loads of assumptions about this now that I've not fact checked. So like I think I know some of what the show might have been like
Yeah.
and shaped like, and we can go into some of that. You don't have to like fill me in on everything, but I'll be interested to see if some of my assumptions are anywhere near correct. But you picked this episode, and I kind of wanted to, the first question I wanted to ask you was, did you pick this episode first because you specifically like The Good Place and this episode, or were you already casting about for finales, and did you pick your favorite finale from a sort of shortlist?
Well, I'd have to say that I was really stumped when you asked me about coming back and talking about a singular episode of a TV show. I mean, I've spent most of my career working on TV shows. And I think that a lot of the TV that I consume is very unlike the TV that I produce. And that's partly because I like things that are a little bit escapist. And a lot of the shows that I work on are non-scripted, are reality-based, or game shows, competition shows, whatever like that. And I really like something that's more fantasy-based. Which this is on some level fantasy. I've also enjoyed a lot of like anime series recently. And one of the things that I really, really appreciate about The Good Place and also about some of the anime series that I've been watching is having a story that actually ends. Like there's something really unusual about The Good Place in terms of being a sitcom in that, the same characters are put into new situations to have some kind of comedic effect. However, it's not really it's serialized. It's not something that could be easily syndicated where you could have just like episodes thrown up in random order. I think sometimes in sitcoms you'll have births and deaths and breakups that will be part of the sort of long running narrative. But other than that, there's not really events that affect anything past the episode. Every episode's kind of a bubble. And I think that so much of TV, especially before streaming platforms became such a ubiquitous thing, was really slave to network specifications and to making money. The thing that makes TV possible and it possible to have so much money behind the budget is also the same thing that is really creatively controlling and sometimes creatively detrimental. And with sitcoms, the idea is that we're trying to get as many seasons as we possibly can because we want this show to run for as long as possible so it can make us the most money that it can. And they wait to kind of end shows until the viewership has really, really fallen off, and basically this isn't making us as much money as it's costing us to make now, and so we're going to axe this. And they come up with a way to kind of like wrap things up. But the shows normally don't ever have any kind of like longer line of narrative. So they have to really kind of manufacture something to make the show end. And I've just found that really interesting that we just can't finish things, Yeah. And so I really appreciate shows that only have like 2 seasons, or this one has 4 seasons, but it never runs it into the ground, which I really loved because I enjoyed it so much that it was so smart. It had so many levels of funny. It also, I was just listening to a podcast by the creators of the show and talking about it. And one of the things they said so often during the show when talking about some of the jokes is like, yeah, it's really dumb. Yeah, that's really stupid. And it's like, they just have like, they throw in, they're like, oh, these are the jokes for us. These are kind of dumb. And then they also reference Kant. And, like they got a sitcom that marries up comedy with talking about moral philosophy and also the concept of death. And it's it appeals so much to me to talk about these really kind of heady things and really dive into philosophical ideas, but also have jokes about 420 and 69 and these other like dumb kind of throwaway things.
Yeah, it has a kind of broad sweep to it, doesn't it? Like it has that those high and low registers, and it's funny. Just before we mentioned BoJack Horseman, and that's has similarities in the sense that it's not afraid to go for profundity and quite disturbing profundity, and also make silly jokes about talking animals and like anthropomorphic animals and all that sort of stuff. I think it's fascinating that, again, this experience of watching a finale in isolation and not knowing much about the show, although I am a bit of a TV nerd in general, so it's not like I'd heard nothing about The Good Place. I'm not completely going from a standing start. But a lot of the things I say will be like, I guess the show's like this. Is that right? And
Sure.
and you talk about it being 4 series and not, having something fresh to say, like keeping fresh and going out on a high. I get from this finale that it's gone through a few phases as well, a few kind of a few switches of perspective, shall we say?
Yeah, I was really surprised, I think that season ones of shows that have some level of mystery, which this show does, tend to drop the ball in the second or third season because the mystery is revealed and then there's kind of not as much intrigue. It's kind of like the whole, you kind of, the reason why there's a will they won't they get together thing that often happens in sitcoms or in long running series is because like once they get together you're kind of not interested anymore.
Yeah.
And this show does a really great job of switching its focus away from the original mystery and the big reveal, and it takes it somewhere else that I found really refreshing and interesting. And while maybe it gets mildly less entertaining as it goes on, it's not in a bad way. It's in the way that like a good relationship stays good, that yeah, of course, like the first part of it's going to be the most exciting, but then you kind of settle into a rhythm, but it just keeps kind of bringing in new ideas in a great way. And then by the time you get to the end, it feels to me like there was a plan from the beginning, that the plan wasn't just to make money out of this show and then drive it into the ground. Like there's some really creative thought behind it and really meaningful messages. But some of the criticisms I've been reading recently is about how the series is so optimistic and it is really, really feel good. And it kind of shies away from the idea that anyone is irredeemable and kind of ignores the fact that there probably is some like actual, genuine, really horrific evil.
Some people are really bad.
Yeah. And probably will never be redeemed. But it kind of ignores that, and in a way that yeah, might be a little bit myopic, but I don't mind because there's so much out there to be really, really pessimistic about. And there's a part of this series that is actually like a grand, sweeping, massive pessimism that it seeks to resolve on some levels, and maybe it does, but yeah, there are some things that are probably irredeemable, and this series kind of ignores it and is just very fun.
I wonder, it's funny when you talk, because we're talking about like a mainstream network sitcom or kind of the late 2010s version of that. The sitcom Parks and Rec often gets talked about as like being a sort of Obama era beacon of cheeriness, and that some people really love that, and it winds a lot of people up, and a lot of people now see it as like very naive and kind of hopelessly centrist, and all that kind of stuff, or a bit cloying. And I wonder if there's something about just pulling an interpretation of this out of my arse, just having seen the finale, but like I wonder if there's something about The Good Place as almost being like the first Trump term version of that, where it is almost like forcing itself to be cheerful, but as you say, there's this darker undercurrent, and maybe you can't quite make Parks and Rec again, but this is the closest you can come after the Trump election. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you've accidentally really hit the nail on the head because I don't know if you knew that the creator is the same person, Mike Schur.
If I'd ever read that, I'd forgotten it.
Okay, well, it's the same creator, and when he was coming up with Parks and Rec, what he kind of wanted to do was make a comedy version of West Wing, which is a very political show. But the idea is that instead of the stakes being, oh, is this country going to go to war with this country? It's like the girls' soccer team booked the same field as the boys' soccer team. And so it becomes lighter. But they were trying to do these shots that are like these one-er shots that follow a walk and talk down a hallway without ever cutting, which is a very, very West Wing concept. And they said that it wasn't funny.
Right.
Because part of like being funny is comedic timing, but also like reactions. And so much of creating comedy and TV is cutting to these reaction shots. But when walking down a hallway and chatting, that sort of thing doesn't happen. So they had to like change the style of it. But I'd never thought of Parks and Rec as being that political. But of course, it's government based because it's the Parks and Rec department. And so there is a lot of like crossover and some, cameos from the actors in Parks and Rec show up, especially in this finale, which is just like a massive curtain call with loads of little cameos.
I had a question about some of those because obviously being completely contextless. So I obviously noticed, I forget his name now, but the guy who plays Ron in Parks and Rec.
Nick Offerman.
Yeah, is that him teaching Jamila Jamil how to make furniture?
Yes. And the most wonderful thing is that he plays himself. That the idea is that he has died and this is him in the afterlife. And when the character Tahani decides that she wants to become good at things, she goes to him to learn woodworking. And Mike Schur actually emailed Nick Offerman when he had this idea. And because Nick Offerman is genuinely like a very good woodworker.
Yes, I've heard about this. Yeah, it's kind of adorable.
Yeah, and he was like, if you were to give accolades to like good woodworking, I need you, like, can you send me something that is like, get as technical as you want about woodworking? Because I'm trying to write this part of the script, writing the scene, and I need, some like genuine language that would feel real. And apparently he sent back 2 pages of like describing a chair. And then Mike Schur was like, this is great. Thank you so much. Also, do you want to be in the finale? And Nick Offerman was actually very excited. He was like, I was really hoping you'd ask.
That's so nice.
They asked Nick to pick a chair to bring into the scene. And he picked something from this like master woodworker that apparently cost like $58,000. And they could have gotten it, but it wasn't going to happen fast enough. And they were going to just try to get it on loan. But the Mike Schur was like, and I guess they were shipping it from the moon or something. And so it was going to take years. And so they found a chair that they thought looked remarkably similar to it. And when Nick Offerman showed up, he saw the chair and was just like, what is this? Like, this is a piece of shit. This is absolute garbage. And then he was really concerned that his woodworking friends were going to be embarrassed for him and make fun of him after watching him say really nice things about this like chair that's just absolute trash. But just that idea was so funny to me that he's like such a woodworking nerd that he saw this and was just like, you call this a chair?
Yeah, he really is like a slightly more socialized version of Ron Swanson, really, isn't he? Like, he really is just a tweak away from that. Well, I also really liked towards the very end of the episode when Michael is, terrestrial now. I liked his, is she like his guitar teacher being Ted Danson's real life wife?
Yeah.
Mary Steenburgen. I have no idea if she's in any of the rest of the show, but I loved it as a little.
No,
cameo.
She isn't. It's just there, and I didn't realize it was his wife until listening to a podcast that talked about it a little bit. And I mean, it's really sweet because part of the idea is that during this episode, thousands and thousands of years in the afterlife are taking place, and Ted Danson's character is trying to learn the guitar, and he's even offered by Janet, who's not a robot. Not a person.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Janet.
Yeah, she kind of ends up becoming this kind of Dr. Manhattan character who kind of perceives all time as happening all at once and has all knowledge of the entire universe. And part of her arc is actually like becoming a little bit human or developing feelings because she's kind of surpassed this certain level of evolution. She's kind of AI, but like in a really lovely, sweet way.
Yeah, in a sort of more Asimovian way than most of the ways we look at it these days. I must admit, when she showed up in this episode, and the way she was acting and the way she just appeared, I sort of assumed, this is the god of this universe, and I think she sort of is. Question mark?
Yeah, a little bit. Like the idea is that the afterlife has a lot of different neighborhoods, and each of the neighborhoods has a Janet, and Janet should show up and be able to answer any question or provide you with anything that you like If you ask her for, you can have an iced tea at any time. I don't know why iced tea was in the afterlife. What would you ask for if you could have anything? Iced tea, please.
Yes, I did.
Um,
I did like the high concept of one of the characters clearly being a version of in love with her, because like, and
yeah,
they even make the point, don't they? When they start talking about sort of monastic life, they kind of make the point that he's kind of in love with the deity, and like,
yeah.
what does that involve, being in love with the deity, and what kind of experiences and sacrifices does it involve and stuff. And that was, even just taken in isolation for this finale, that was interesting.
Yeah, and I do love that they have the most sort of simplistic character, who's Jason, as being the one who's in love with the deity. Like, there's some very entertaining things about that. But going back to the learning guitar thing just for a moment, that Michael's trying to learn guitar for like thousands of years, and he's also getting really into songwriting and desperately trying to write a song. And there's a bunch of Easter eggs throughout the finale episode about his songwriting. Like, there's a computer screen that's like comes up for a moment, and you see like song lyrics as a little folder on his screen. And then when he goes, well, and then Janet offers him like, oh, you could have a guitar that just naturally plays all of the notes with the magic of the afterlife, which is apparently the most requested thing by men over 50 in the afterlife, which is very funny.
Yeah, that was good.
And he's like kind of obsessed with humans and human ideas. Like, he thinks it's really novel and really cute. And he's kind of like a fanboy of humans, and he's like, no, I want to do this in the human way.
Yeah, it's
And
a bit
there's kind
Doctor
of
Who-ish in that sense. Actually, felt a bit
yeah,
like the Doctor.
yeah, I could see that. And then, thematically, there's like a big thing about how we are not in this alone. We have to learn from others. And especially with being taught, so with one of the final scenes of him with his wife as a human being like, oh, I was trying to, I could never figure out how to do that. And she obviously doesn't know that he was trying for thousands of years, which is a fun irony. But she
Yes.
was like, oh, well, everybody needs a teacher, and that kind of drives that home thematically.
I liked it being all like my paper clips. He gets
Yeah,
obviously
oh, yeah. When
cherishing these.
he goes into his like museum of all the things that he had when he got to pretend to be a human for a little while in one of the seasons.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that happened, for example, but I could totally see
Yeah,
that
yeah.
working with him. I'd like to make the sort of obvious meta point, I suppose, that it's lovely having Ted Danson, I guess, both in the show and certainly in this finale, because he's literally the man who turned the lights out on Cheers. Like, he's kind of
Yeah, that's
he's already done an
true.
iconic sitcom ending. At
That's
least one.
that is absolutely accurate. Yeah, I in one article I was reading as an Entertainment Weekly thing, there was a really interesting take where somebody said that, rather than kind of being sitcom characters, that these characters are kind of like the Avengers, like they kind of become superheroes because they kind of save the universe. And
Yes, they make a
uh,
reference to that in this finale, don't they? That they
yeah,
literally saved the universe. I was like,
yeah,
that sounds interesting.
yeah. And I was thinking today that they remind me a little bit of characters from The Wizard of Oz,
Do go
where,
on.
yeah, well, I mean, we have Eleanor Shellstrop, who's kind of our Dorothy, although she's a really selfish dirtbag of a human version of Dorothy. She ends up in this neighborhood, and she meets these other people who all think that they're not supposed to be. Most of them think that they're not supposed to be in heaven,
Hmm.
that they should probably be in the bad place, and think that they've been put there by mistake and are trying to like not be found out. But you later find out that is a version of torture, that it's many levels of
Yes.
of irony.
I have heard, and obviously with spoiler, we can do spoilers here. I have heard that is one of the initial big twists.
Yes, that's one of the initial really big twists, because everybody's like, man, why is like I have everything I want. This is so great. Like, why do I feel terrible? And that confusion of like, but I have everything. Like, why am I so sad? Like, what's happening? And they end up figuring it out. And in the long run, we find out that even the people who are in the actual real good place are also not having that great of a time, because it's like anything good forever, will develop at some point some version of ennui. And there's a lot of philosophy that goes into these ideas of, we can't be happy without something else to compare it to. And if we're happy all the time, then it becomes just a sense of eternal boredom. But back to the Wizard of Oz thing, is that the main characters that Eleanor meets, they all kind of need something. So we have the Tin Man was missing a heart, and the Lion needed courage. And the Scarecrow needed a brain. And we have Chidi. Chidi is indecisive to a horrific fault, to the point where it caused his own death. And Tahani is self-absorbed, and everything's just been given to her, and her whole life is about being fabulous and wanting attention, and not really helping people. But she runs these like fundraisers and things, but it's to like look interesting and cool rather than to like actually genuinely help anybody. And then we have Jason, who suffers from impulse control problems, which he as a character is incredibly sweet and kind of like a gentle soul on some levels, but accidentally does terrible things because of like his impulse control. And he is this like this stupid character who occasionally it'll be too put on for me, but I still have a soft spot for him. So even though I know that like, oh, that's the line that they made the token like stupid character say to be extra stupid. But what I really like about him is how often he is kind of like the most emotionally intelligent character, and also has these little wisdoms that are kind of unexpected, which I think when sometimes, it reminds me fondly of my first boyfriend, who was a major stoner and not all that educated, but like the things that he did say, I would just be like, oh shit, I just have these moments where I would like really think about what he had to say, because he was kind of one of those people who studied at the University of Life, and just thought differently from me. And I think that Jason is that kind of character.
Yeah, he seemed like I meant to mention BoJack again. He seemed like a kind of a Todd figure, and there's an art in sitcoms to creating idiots that you love, isn't there? That is can be a fine line. On the Wizard of Oz thing, as a final thing, I suppose to complete that schema, and again, just based on the finale, you could look at Janet as a kind of Glinda, and you
Oh
could
yeah.
even look at Michael, again, based on my very small knowledge of this, as being almost like kind of wizard kind of figure, because he's there, he's manipulating everything, he's powerful, but he wants to be elsewhere. And obviously, Wizard of Oz ends with the wizard going back, well, implied to be going back to Earth, doesn't it? And there's
Yeah.
definitely a sort of a lot of finales have this. Maybe sitcoms more than others, but a lot of that Scarecrow, I'm going to miss you most of all. All the sort of like very moving goodbyes in this episode. I remember Ally
Yes.
McBeal. I'm old enough to remember Ally McBeal, and Ally's saying goodbye to Peter McNichol's character in the finale of that, and she actually quotes the "Scarecrow, I'm going to miss you most of all" line. Going back to the beginning of the noughties. But I'm very very interested in how sitcoms wrap up. I'm just really glad you picked not just the finale of something, but also a sitcom ending, because back in the EscapeGoat podcast about 2.5 years ago, me and John did an episode that was about the ending of two British sitcoms. And I remember talking to John at that time saying, if I stop doing the EscapeGoat podcast and I want to do something else, I think a more marketable, focused thing to do would be do a whole podcast about sitcom endings. So more marketable and focused, but also quite appealing to a lot of people, and quite kind of like the right sort of niche, the sort of thing that people would be
Yeah.
interested in. And you could cover loads of different stuff, loads of American and British stuff and everything. And I think our chat here might almost serve as an alternative pilot for that, alongside me and John's chat, because I think there's something very interesting about how sitcoms wrap up and how those situations dissolve in a way that can be satisfying or unsatisfying.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about endings a lot recently, partly because I used to move every 3 years or so, like massive moves. And so it'd be the end of relationships and end of, relationship to that place. And this is now the longest I've spent in one place since my childhood. And it's so interesting to be on the other end of it, where you watch people leave a community or come back, or to a community, or watch a community evolve or change, watch relationships and watch new relationships begin. And for a little while I was like, maybe I just never been somewhere so dramatic where things are like changing. And I was like, no, you just weren't anywhere long enough to watch things evolve and change. You were the person leaving, and you were the new person showing up. And so there was a kind of weird stasis in how much I was moving around that made it feel like the places I went weren't changing very much. And then when I was in a place for long enough, I was watching things change quite a lot, and it can be really sad and really difficult. And also thinking about how, TV as we know it is dying.
It's not that
and
cheery note for somebody
I
who works in
know.
TV.
Yeah. I mean, and the production and jobs for TV in California are down by 40%. After the strikes, there weren't a lot of jobs advertised anymore that I was seeing. There was a little bit of an uptick once some of that stuff was resolved. But, network television is, as we know it, is kind of dissolving, and things are going towards being on streaming platforms, which has some positives, I think, on a creative note, and also just completely changing the business and structure and the jobs that are created within TV. But I don't know where my next job is coming from, and there's a lot of people I know who are leaving television because the work's just not there anymore. But one thing we were talking in the beginning about how most of the episodes are around 22 minutes, and this episode is much longer, and the actual length of the episode is around 52 minutes. And normally network television is very specific about the lengths of time for programming, because they have to schedule for ads, which is part of the business model of being able to like make money out of these things. And then they have ad breaks that are set to become act breaks in shows. So shows are written around, where they have act outs and teases and things for the next act to start to keep you interested. But that really changes the way, the story is written. It's specifically around the making money thing. Mm-hmm. And this episode is actually the length of about 2.5 episodes, which is a really bizarre amount of time and not something that's easy to do with a network, because they really like kind of half an hour chunks. You can have a half an hour show or you can have an hour show, but 2.5 is a little bit bizarre. But they actually asked Seth Meyers to do a half an hour special that was kind of interviewing the cast directly after the finale in order to fill the time to be able to get like a 2-hour slot.
Oh, neat.
Because even like, I work on a show for NBC right now, and NBC was the original network for The Good Place. And if we have an episode that's going to be a minute longer than the allotted time, like that has to be negotiated because of advertisement space. So trying to negotiate for a 52-minute episode was pretty wild.
Yes, you admired the sort of administrative art of that.
Yeah. I mean, and it's interesting because it's on Netflix now, which is, where you watched it. And the creators were even talking about how they really wanted to have the credits over black, and they wanted to have a specific song with lyrics that would have been this song that Michael was writing this entire time. That would be kind of a 60s jingle. But the thing with NBC is it does the credits over picture, or at least at the time it did. And he really didn't want that, but it just had to happen. Like the credits had to go over picture, and the song that he wanted couldn't be there.
Over picture, you mean the annoying coming up next, that kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly. And I watched it on Netflix, and I saw that it ran all the way to the end without the credits, and then it cut to black, and then that song started playing that they were talking about on this podcast, and then with like credits over black. And I was just like, oh, this is cool. Now that we've moved from network TV to a streaming platform, they were able to like do the thing that they actually wanted to do creatively for the show. So there's ways that it helps, from a creative perspective. But yeah, I think that also, now people aren't watching TV before going to bed. For the most part, they're watching reels. They're watching, I think there's kind of been a death of reality TV, because who needs to look at somebody's life when they're looking at like, these 10-second snippets of influencers' lives or their friends' lives. Like
TikTok might be replacing reality TV in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my opinion on that. But just the way streaming platforms make money is very different, and it's a lot more nebulous because it's not kind of direct money from advertisers. So things are changing, and I don't know quite how much they're evolving, and if TV is going to die completely. It seems unlikely, but I think that the amount of it will be significantly reduced because people are getting their entertainment in a very different way. but I've been thinking a lot about endings and about I hadn't lived long enough yet or had a career in something long enough to watch it become obsolete on some levels, which is a really bizarre experience.
Well, to add to that melancholy philosophy and life
Mm,
assessment, and I do want to cycle back to the episode specifically just briefly in a minute because there's a specific
sure.
thing I want to ask you about. But to cue that up, I suppose I'm fascinated by endings. I'm fascinated by sitcom endings. One of the things I'm fascinated by is characters knowing they're in an ending or they're approaching an
Mm,
ending, and that's what
hmm
this whole episode is about. And they're choosing an ending, which is interesting. And a lot of sitcoms are like that. And I think some moments in your life are like that. Often we end phases of our life and they end gradually or piece by piece and you don't really know it's happening, but there are some moments where you're consciously aware of that. And something that happened to me at university has always stuck with me. I was living in a shared house, you visited it when I was at university in Scotland, and one of my flatmates, we were like on our last day of that, we were moving out, cleaning the house, getting ready to say goodbye to each other temporarily, and we were all kind of playing it that way. But one of my friends broke down in tears, and I remember comforting her and going, "No, it's all right. We're all going to see each other. We're all going to keep in touch. It's all going to be fine." And she went like, looked me straight in the eye and said, "Yes, but it's never going to be like this again." And and I
hmm
and I was like, I think at the time it sent a shiver through me because it's like, ah, shit, I think she's right. And like obviously it's like 20 years on now, and I'm like, she was right.
Yeah. Yeah, of
And
course.
that's why it sent a shiver through me. I had some sort of preternatural awareness, and she was very aware. Um, so to get back to this, I like sitcom endings because I think they are interesting because it's on a meta level they're about these characters realizing that the situation is dissolving, that it's being dissolved, perhaps forcibly. And the Good Place, from what I know and from what I remember the pilot, you have these characters arriving in an afterlife, even if it's not the same, the one they think they're getting or the one they perceive at first, but they are in an afterlife. They, in a sense, the situation has ended for each of them, right? They're in this new appendix of a situation, this like postscript, and this is people choosing to move on in different ways. And I really wanted to talk to you, and again, this is where your knowledge of the show overall can fill in the gaps for me because the protagonist has this lovely little plot line that's kind of, I guess it's probably at the end of the first half of the episode, I suppose, like if it was shown originally. It's to do with her saying goodbye to her partner.
hmm
That's very moving, even just from being in isolation and the way in which this mirrors not just real life breakups, but real life endings for older people, and for the
Yeah.
terminally ill.
I think that's partly what's so heavy about this episode, what's so emotionally moving about this episode. When it came out, there was a lot of sort of buzz in all the places where people say stuff, social media, I think it's called, um, that had a lot to do with just how many feelings like it brought up, or like how many times did you cry during the finale,
Yeah,
of The Good Place? Because they're exploring so many different kinds of goodbyes, and they're trying in the best way possible to make it feel right and to make it feel beautiful. But some of those things can never feel okay. There's always something that's going to be really, really deeply sad about it. Um, and I think they did a good job of showing a lot of different versions of some of the biggest goodbyes that we might ever say. And some of those are to romantic relationships or, friendships. And also, as you're saying, to the sort of terminally ill or to, someone who's felt like family for a huge amount of time for you.
and to jobs and to
And
colleagues as well. Michael saying goodbye to colleagues, even just like saying goodbye to the reception guy. You get the
yeah,
feeling that they're not exactly like bosom buddies, but like even those things matter in a human life, don't they?
yeah. And also, Janet saying goodbye to Michael at the end, like is so much like a parent sending their child to university. And it's that like feeling of I will worry about you every day. I know I'm going to see you again, but it's also that things will never be the same. That once your child comes back from all of these experiences that's going to shape them, they're a little less connected to you, which I'm sure as a parent must feel really painful,
Yeah.
but also bittersweet. And you're happy for them, but yeah, I mean, and I think that some of the things that really got me was watching Eleanor kind of start to realize that Chidi was done,
Yeah. It's
and it
heartbreaking. Like
it's
even just me
really
watching it in
heartbreaking.
isolation like that.
Yeah, and it reminds me very much of someone being done with a relationship. Even though they still love the person, but you kind of I think all relationships that are long term will go through these sort of ebbs and flows, and there'll be those moments where you get so comfortable, but is it exciting anymore? And I think that good relationships come out of those and go back in, and there's kind of a little bit of a peaks and troughs. But there sometimes it can be scary to think like, is this one of those times where things are going to get fun again, or is it just going to continue to progress from here, and this is a slippery slope, and now I'm trying to hold on to something that I need to let go of, and like how incredibly sad it is when one person's not ready and the other person is ready.
Yeah, and then having to depart, later yourself as well without your
Yeah.
partner, because that's sort of one thing I really liked about this is I can't remember if they have a sort of a Battlestar Galactica style made up word to describe it, but it sounded like they did. But like the times passing, I sort of like realized early on in this episode that
Mm.
a lot of time is passing, and they're not
Yes.
they're being quite vague about it, but like that it could be kind of like in Groundhog Day, like Groundhog Day, people have theories about how long Bill Murray's stuck in the loop,
Oh
but it's
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
never like defined, but you could see it as being implied to be thousands of years, if not more.
And it is thousands of years for this. I forget what exactly they say a Jeremy Bearimy is in terms of how long the amount of time is.
Well, I like that gives the episode such a weight because it's like these people aren't, no matter how much time has gone by in the show already, like even just in this finale, people aren't rushing to these decisions.
Mhm. But yeah, the way they say that time flows in the afterlife, they kind of draw like a line. It's like, you might think of time like this, and they draw a line, and it's like actually more like this, and they write on. It's kind of looks like as though you were to write Jeremy Bearimy.
Like a sort of like tangled spiral of.
Yeah. And they even have some kind of explanation for what the dot on over the I would be. Um, but then it's kind of indicated that one Jeremy Bearimy is some like incredible length of time, you know.
Yeah.
And one thing that we don't really see the effect of for that, we don't see anybody come in wearing like really space aged or futuristic or what you imagine the future to kind of look like, which I kind of appreciate. I like that we don't get to, I guess at some point, like their clothing would be anachronistic, right? I don't know how far back trends will keep going.
Yeah, did they
Who
deal with that
knows?
in The Good Place? I mean, I'm not just gonna ask you like loads of trivia about The Good Place. I could check out the show if I want to find this stuff. But but
Hmm.
do they have like cavemen showing up and stuff like that, or what is the deal with that?
Not really. I mean, like by the time they actually get to the good place, they meet some people who are suffering from ennui and have been there for too long. They do have them kind of in older garb, but they're not trying really hard to make it look realistic. It's like a little bit campy.
And I
Um,
guess with the different neighborhoods you described, maybe that you can have these compartmentalized afterlife. So this is just the kind of late, the early 21st century afterlife, essentially.
yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the jokes in the original Bad Place neighborhood is that there's like a frozen yogurt shop on every corner. And later they're like, nobody actually likes frozen yogurt, you know, it's like the joke. But like how people are trying to convince themselves that it's good, but what they really want is ice cream. And that's why it's a perfect thing to have in the good place,
Mm.
that isn't known yet to be the bad place. And I just think like a joke about frozen yogurt, I don't know that it'll land in 10 years. I don't know how popular frozen yogurt will still be. But there's a
I hope we'll
lot
still have
about
it.
it.
I don't care how popular it'll be, but I hope we still have it.
Uh, there's a lot about the neighborhood and about the show that is so contemporaneous. Like the some of the jokes are like feel so very much of that time. And I think we'll feel that way, in 10 or 15 years. And then they have other jokes that I don't think will ever like um feel dated, like the clam chowder fountain that they have in the first season, which is so incredibly gross. Like even just a warm fountain is really gross to me. I don't really like seafood, so it makes it worse.
That sounds pretty bad.
But but yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily a joke of our time. I think that'll always be bizarre.
Well, I just want to ask you quickly then, because I mean, you suggested it in messaging before we talked about this. You wanted to bring up Lost briefly.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I did such a deep dive into looking at this finale episode that when I touched on Lost, I was like, oh, that's too much. There are too many names. There's too many things going on. But I think the one thing I really wanted to say about Lost is that in in the first season of Lost, they have a mystery, and everybody's like, there's a interesting thing where
Mm.
it's like, why are they here?
And the
Or
hatch. I
like,
remember the hatch.
yeah, and
Yeah.
like, why are there polar bears? What is the monster? The original pitch for the show was, what if we did a drama that was like, Castaway meets Survivor. Um, and then somebody who was actually like already writing a different show was like called up to like try and brainstorm this. And they're like, oh, well, what if we make these kind of like flashbacks to the people's lives? And then we can kind of build it up that way so that we're not just in like one place the entire time. Um, and it became another show that was about, afterlife and about death. And
Yeah, I heard enough about it to know that.
yeah, in the same way that the Good Place ends up being this kind of like, you die and then you go through a process that's kind of like being in limbo, and then you have a chance to enjoy the good place, and then when you're ready, you go
Mm.
through the door and you dissolve and become part of the universe again. And with Lost, I don't think they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
They had no idea what they
Might be
were
the thing
doing.
that everyone agrees with Lost is like that one thing.
But it got really popular, and it's fun to watch. And and the series gets worse and worse as it goes on. It had a couple of good seasons, and then it really drove itself into the ground. And in the beginning, people were like, oh, this is definitely about afterlife and this is limbo, and people were speculating, and the writers were like, no, it's not. And JJ Abrams was like, no, it's not. You don't even know. It's an incredible, crazy mystery. You don't even know what the mystery is. And then in the last episode, they gave in and like basically to fan theories, and made it about moving on into the afterlife, that they'd all been
Yeah,
dead the whole time.
yeah, I heard about that.
Which feels a little bit like it was all a dream.
Yeah.
Which is such an annoying cop out on some levels. But I feel like The Good Place did that, but in a way that felt so meaningful and
Mm.
so planned.
Well, it sounds also less annoying, isn't it? Because like, although The Good Place has mysteries and you've mentioned a couple of them, like it sort of gets that out early on, doesn't it? Says, yes, this is kind of what this show is about. Like it is
Yeah.
tackling this stuff and we're not going to try and hide that from you.
Oh yeah,
So that's less
absolutely.
that's innately less irritating than what Lost was trying to pull off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
It's like the
definitely agree
difference
on that.
between taking the audience for fools and giving them credit for their intelligence.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, that's the thing that I really love about this show, actually, is that The Good Place really does respect the intelligence of its audience.
Mm.
I mean, as any sitcom would have to, that is dealing with concepts of moral philosophy in such a huge way. But like there are jokes, especially in the finale, where instead of going really cheesy and hitting it on the head, they do like a really nice misdirect. So Jason is the first one who decides he's ready to go. And they do this really lovely thing that is kind of the Dr. Manhattaning of Janet, because they wanted it to not be so sad for Janet, because she's in some way getting left behind by everybody, and she's
Yeah.
such a lovely character, and it's like, how will our audience forgive us if we make Janet really sad
Yeah, she
and
did
really
seem very, very
lonely?
cute. Yeah.
And so she's very understanding of it in a way that you think that a deity might be like incredibly secure
Yes.
and feel love in a way that would make it easy to let live and let go. Well, let live is a weird way to say that, but um he loses this thing because he really wants to give her something to remember him by, and he's afraid she might forget him. He feels like she can fall in love again. That's okay with him as long as he isn't forgotten. And he makes this little trinket, and then he loses it at the last minute, and she says it's okay, like, I'll never forget you, and it's not like you're leaving, because I live in all times always, so anytime I remember you, I'll be with you there.
Yes, and it feels like a romance farewell in a sitcom finale, but like if a god was one of the characters.
Yeah.
You're wise to bring up Dr. Manhattan actually, but like it also is like she does love him, but kind of what she means really is she loves everyone, really.
Yeah, on some
She
levels.
loves him because he's an individual and that he's worthy of love, but also you. This is me making up canon for the show that I don't know. But I was, I
Sure.
what I got from it was that she would kind of say that to anyone. if they asked for it, you know.
Oh, I mean, I think that one of the reasons why they ended up in a relationship is because she was having all of these feelings that she didn't understand, where she loved him more than other people.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I guess if she's an AI and
Yeah,
not actually God, then I can.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
funny. It's funny that we started out talking about Ex Machina and we've circled back round to this
yeah. That's true.
after 5 years.
We can't help ourselves. But yeah, he then it's that kind of like cut away to something else, and you don't see him for several scenes, and so you assume that he's just gone through the door.
Yeah.
When in fact they bring him back as like kind of much needed comedy relief after Chidi walks through the door.
Mm.
Because that whole section through Eleanor not being able to let go and trying to keep him there and him agreeing to stay, which is almost sadder.
Mm.
And then her realizing how selfish that is, and that's her whole arc, coming to a close. And then his arc's coming to a close because he's the only person who doesn't even sit on the bench. He's just ready. He's actually decisive, which is, sort of the first time in his life. And then it's like it's so deeply sad, and you're just openly weeping, if not sobbing, at this point in the episode, if you've been a fan of the series. And then Jason just like pokes out cartoonishly from nowhere and says that he's been in the forest for thousands of years.
Yes.
Which again, like his whole his whole need is to not have this impulse control problem and to be able to actually sit with himself without distraction. And he came in originally to the good place thinking he was a monk, and now he basically did the monk thing for thousands of years in this forest.
He's touching grass, as the kids say.
Yeah. And it's so lovely that he's like, I found it in my other pocket, and that's the thing that's been happening for him throughout this episode.
He still gets the idiot punchline. He's treated with respect and like sincerity and sort of a grandiosity, but also you get the funny punchline. He's still kind of an idiot.
Yeah, and Janet points out like, oh my God, you've kind of like done this full circle thing and actually become a monk like you were, like Jianyu. And but she was like, oh, like a monk.
Yeah.
And he looks at her and he goes, what? He's like, what are you talking about? And then she's like, never mind, like, let's move on.
That's always a great gag, isn't it? One character gets something and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, but I like that, like, it respects the intelligence of the audience, because the audience, like, is smart enough to get that, and while she is pointing it out, he kind of misdirects it by kind of not responding to it or having a very his character reaction to it. Which I think is really fun, and it's a smarter way to deal with it. And it's like even the doorman is starting to get like a little bored, of his frogs. He used to be so excited, and now he's just like, put it on the like pile of the rest of the frogs, just going along with that theme of like anything good for too long doesn't feel good anymore. And then they give him a real frog. And apparently in the original script, they were going to have Janet telling him about how he needs to take care of the real frog, and the real frog isn't immortal. The real frog will need these things, and that it was going to be this kind of like metaphor for trying to actually say that to Michael, who's about to go off and be a real boy. But they cut that out, which I think I thought was probably a good cut. And then there's the misdirect of the doorman being like, you know what I think I'm gonna name him, and Michael like thinks it's going to be like his name, and he goes, Mr. Jumpy Legs.
Yeah,
which is like so silly. But then Michael's like, you know what? Never mind. I just like the fact that the audience is smart enough to know that that's what Michael was thinking. Michael didn't have to like drive home the fact that he thought that was gonna. And I think just like little moments like that are just like funny for a smart audience.
Yeah, and it's the sort of you talk about Janet before, giving that sort of insight. It's kind of like the Joey Chandler thing, isn't it? You kind of you put the smart character there so he can say things that go above the comedically dumb character's head, and the audience that speak directly to the audience in a sense. To get back just briefly to the doorway, it's funny you mentioned,
sure.
Because I was talking about BoJack Horseman, and we commented together that these shows both wrapped up literally the same month, just before the pandemic, just before we started our conversations. So yeah, the two episodes that end BoJack Horseman, one of them it's much more horrific in BoJack Horseman, but one of them revolves around a door that BoJack really, really doesn't want to go through, and that other characters go through. And the finale of BoJack Horseman, spoilers for BoJack Horseman, I won't be specific about it even then, but I'm too respectful of the show, but involves a series of goodbye conversations, basically. So it's very much like, it's almost like an unpacked version of this, but it's very strange that two two shows wrapping up the same month with very avid cult audiences kind of play a lot around with not just the same themes, but like a lot of the same specific imagery, you know?
Yeah, it is bizarrely similar, and that was the thing that was mentioned in that article that I was reading, and also saying that the BoJack Horseman version was not shying away from the less smiley stuff. That
Yes.
it was going a little deeper.
Yeah, BoJack Horseman is the version where you don't have thousands of years to think through your options, where you're more panicking, in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's no, I mean, but the actual finale of BoJack Horseman, the last episode, it has more of a reflective tone, a less horrific
Yeah.
tone.
That doorway that they had was actually from a wedding that had been there, which they had to spruce it up a bit. No tree jokes intended, but
Does look a bit Destination Wedding, actually.
yeah, and I mean there were some destination filmings, throughout when Eleanor was trying to get Chidi to stay. She takes him to Athens and takes him to Paris, and then they were trying to look for a forest for that doorway, and they really couldn't find anything that was around the LA area that seemed appropriate. We have forested areas, but they tend to be very hilly. And they're looking for something flat, but also had a lot of trees and had some kind of like scope to it. And they actually ended up in the redwood forest somewhere outside of San Francisco. They initially thought they might have to go to the Pacific Northwest, which is just so beautiful and has so many forests and waterfalls and lakes in the middle of massive mountains and all that. But they're talking about how incredible this forest was and how these trees have been here for 2,300 years and the majesty of it. And I don't think it comes across on film, but they tried to do a few things to like just show the scope of it. Like to me, it just looks like it's a set. I would not have guessed that like the amount of thinking that went into everything that they did on this is wild. It's what you'd hope for in a meaningful series. But I kind of like that the gateway was part of a different kind of ceremony. There's always ceremony around some of these like bigger cultural events like union and also departing and birth, weddings, death, all of that.
Yeah, it's the gateway for a ceremony of joining that becomes all about ceremony of departure.
Yeah, it was really interesting to me. And, a departure, but also a rejoining into the universe. So you're kind of being married off into the larger sphere.
Yes. And Michael walking through his own gateway onto Earth reminded me of that episode of The Simpsons where Homer walks out into a 3D space. Like he ends up in our world. That's probably filmed in LA as well. But like
it's so funny. I've watched so little of The Simpsons that I have no knowledge of that, but I do have knowledge of the SpongeBob version of that.
Really? Yeah. Yeah,
where SpongeBob goes into real life and is just a dry sponge.
Oh yeah, I do remember that bit. Yeah. That's great. Well, I've got a couple of brief questions for you just to wrap up, but I wanted to quickly say, have you ever seen, because you talked about mystery shows, like mystery box shows before, have you ever seen any of the British show The Prisoner?
No, I haven't.
So that's one of my favorite shows, and specifically the ending of that is one of my favorite endings. And I would actually love you to, I'll find like an online copy of it, but if you sometime in the months to come would like to, in isolation, watch the ending of The Prisoner in the same way that I watched The Good Place.
I would absolutely love that. I'll do that.
I'd love you. Apart from the hills, it's incredibly British. It's incredible. Like it might be one of those British things you've ever watched. Like apart from like Monty Python or something, it might be. And it's actually got some weird similarities with Monty Python. But I would like you to watch that and tell me what on earth you think is going on, because it's famously baffling. It's like one of the weirdest mainstream TV finales in TV history, basically.
I'd very happily do that. That would be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be hard for me because I'm that kind of person who doesn't mind something being spoiled, and I like to watch something with the sort of idea of not, what's going to happen next, but more like, how are we going to get to that? And that kind of speculation is just as interesting to me, which I know is really not true of other people.
That's so interesting because the Prisoner finale contains one of the most famous like twists in, at least in British TV history, but there's about 3,000 other things going on in that episode. So like basically they dedicate about 1 minute to that twist, and then it's just back to the chaos. So it's kind of be interesting to know what you think of it. My question I've been asking everyone this is, so you get to say if there's another standout episode of this show for you, if one springs to mind, and then you get to just mention another. It doesn't have to be another finale, but like just another episode of any show that you're very, very fond of. Like maybe the one that was on your shortlist when you were thinking about this. So, firstly, are there any other episodes of The Good Place that particularly stand out?
Sure. I think I won't be able to remember season number or episode number, but there's one other kind of massive twist that we haven't talked about. And actually, it's the one thing about the show that is incredibly pessimistic as in terms of kind of a worldview. And it's essentially the reveal that no one's gotten into the actual good place in 500 years. And it's because of how innately that there's no way on Earth to be a good person anymore.
I'd be very interested to see where they're putting that division point. Like
yeah,
what happens
I mean, yeah,
where
that would be
stops.
interesting. Yeah. But, essentially that, especially because we're so disconnected from the sources of anything that we have in terms of materials or foods that, the sweatshop labor t-shirt that I'm probably wearing currently, and, whatever the way your meat was sourced, and that
Every
essentially,
homeless
like,
person you walk past,
yeah, and that we are unknowingly doing harm all the time,
Mm.
even
And sometimes
for
knowingly, in the sense of
sometimes
neglect of
knowingly.
our social duties. Like, I mean, there's no way you can be a good person every moment of every day, or an actively good
Yeah.
person.
And and on also, what does it mean to be a good person? That's kind of how the show kind of turns it around a little bit, is by giving a chance to people to become good people, because they kind of aren't given a chance on Earth on some levels. But there's that really heavy moment where it's all fun and giggles until it's like, oh God, like that there, it just felt suddenly like, oh, it is impossible to actually be good or do good. And when I might choose to be a vegetarian so that animals aren't harmed, like, how is my other food being sourced? Or what companies am I supporting, and what are they doing to the environment or to the financial sort of state of the world? And are they making the 1% and even smaller percent? And there's all those questions that kind of made me sit back and go like, oh gosh.
Yes, well, there's always been an idea in sort of God, we don't have time for this, but like, in sort of theology of like, you don't want to think too closely about heaven and hell and that kind of thing, because another term for, and the good place and the bad place, because another term could be like the first world and the third world, right? Like, you're in the good place by definition. A lot of other people aren't, and are suffering, and how's that good?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
rather a large point to delve into there. But like, I'd actually like to see that, because I think a show like this, which does seem kind of adorable, would be nice to see its darker sides.
Yeah. And I think, from my like anthropological background, there's some really interesting commentary about the socialization of death. And that's, again, like a huge topic. And, this is towards the end of the episode, so we're not going to dive too deeply into it. But essentially, the concept that, death is not the cessation of being as such, but rather the breaking of social ties. And the way that cultures keep people alive is by keeping a relationship to them. And in certain cultures, it's much more likely that the death will have a lot more presence in the living's life, in the day to day. And that in, especially Christian culture, which a lot of our secular culture is based on, the dead are dead and gone, on some levels. And that, there's a lot less, I think there's a lot less of like honoring the dead as something being a very important thing in our lives. We don't as often name our children after ancestors, or keep family names, or necessarily keep family heirlooms, or family cultures or traditions. Those aren't necessarily as important to us in the day to day as they used to be. And the concept that a funeral is for the living. The funeral is not for the dead. It's about people's ways of grieving and being able to say goodbye and making it feel meaningful and important, and not just the medicalization of the end of life.
Yes, and you could say a series finale is a broadcast funeral, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're inviting all the friends of this thing to come along and witness its departure together.
Yeah, and with all of the cameos and kind of like going back and saying hi for a second to most of the characters in the show, there's only one like recurring character that didn't appear in the finale, and that was Eleanor's mom. And they really tried to make it happen, but she was filming something else, and they talk about her and say that they had lunch with her the other day, um, and then Pillboy, who is Jason's bestie from Jacksonville, Florida, he actually couldn't make the filming of it, and his scene was the last scene to be filmed, and it was just him, basically by himself, supposedly talking to an audience at Jason's goodbye party, but that entire thing was done like a month or two after like filming had wrapped on everything else.
Yes.
Which is
Wow.
really bizarre to come back for, I think, as an actor. But
That's interesting. And very briefly, what's another episode of any other TV show you consider superb?
yeah. Oh man. I mean, I'm gonna say two things because I just recently watched Adolescence.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
And
Well, all of Britain has seen it. I can tell you that.
I'm sure. And every episode of that is the best episode of television I think I've ever seen.
Oh Jesus, that third!
I've
I know everyone's going about the third episode, but I actually thought the episode in the school. I mean, like logistically, not even the drone shot, but like just filming that all those moving parts in that school with all those child actors. Bloody hell!
Everything about that's incredible. The acting is incredible, and the amount of moving parts it had to have moved just so to make it happen is incredible. I'm sure there's some VFX moments where they're able to kind of cut to the best takes, but
and imagine you working in TV, you have like a whole other perspective where you're just like you'll watch bits of it, and you'll just go, what the I mean, you'll know more about how they did it in many cases, but that will make it as amazing,
Yeah, I was just floored like the whole time. I found it really, really fascinating for so many reasons. And then there's also an anime called Steins Gate, which the first episode of it is the most confusing thing I've ever watched in my entire life. And it makes no fucking sense.
Come on.
And I mean, but once you watch the whole series, going back to the initial episode, everything makes sense in it, but it can't make sense until a bunch of stuff happens because it's a time traveling series. And so there's all these things that are happening, which you later understand as the characters have gone back in time or somebody's gone back in time and they're doing something in a place. And it doesn't make sense until you have the context of the rest of the series, which is bold because it's like very alienating. And it was only because I was watching it with somebody who really liked the series and encouraged me to keep watching that I got into it. And by the end of the series, I thought the last episode of that was one of the best things I'd ever seen. But it's just like really, really fascinating and kind of tragic about, going back in time and trying to fix things and seeing the new ways that things go wrong and the sort of existential crisis that comes out of that. And it's done really well.
I'd like the sound of this. I'm going to have to check this out, and I'll put that in the notes as well. Kat, thanks for joining me for this. I've really, really enjoyed this. It's been great catching up with you as well. Thanks for joining me for all the chats along the way as well. And I was saying this to Nanina in the recording the other day as well. But for friends who live far away, there's something particularly poignant about a project like this, a hobby like this, which allows you to fill in those gaps. People you miss and people you realistically are not going to see a lot face to face. So and you're one of those people. So I just I really I want to keep this friendship going, and any small way in which a silly hobby like this can help with that is meaningful.
I think throughout my entire life, you're one of my favorite people ever to talk to about just about anything. So the invitation to dive deeper into something and then chat to you about it means a lot.
That's really nice. Thank you. And thanks for joining me. And to you, the audience, see you soon.
The stars above that led my heart to you, but as hard as I try, still my love will not die, and the stars still shine on through, and the stars still shine on through.
Hi, John. Welcome to the show, and thanks for coming and helping me celebrate the 5th anniversary.
Absolute pleasure, David. Hello. Lovely to be here. Thank you very much for having me again.
No, it's a delight, and I just kind of wanted to cast my mind back over all the recordings we've done since, I think it was the tail end of 2020, when I asked you to chat about Inside Number 9 based on a conversation we'd had IRL, and then it became... Sorry, I don't know why I said that. And,
I do.
It's been a long recording series, and we've obviously done an awful lot of talking about Inside Number 9, which I'll talk about in a sec. But I really like cherish some of the episodes that we've done. Other than that as well, like I remember, I think we've talked about this before on the show actually, but the episode to Spaced we recorded in January 2021, I think was. When I think we were as under house arrest as we ever have been or hopefully will be. And it was a very, very, very bleak month. And I remember possibly needing that chat more than I've ever needed any of the recordings in the moment. So that was a real lifeline.
Wow, I'm glad I didn't know that at the time. I'd have certainly buckled under the pressure. The first Inside Number 9 one we did was... We were fairly heavily in lockdown, I think.
It was getting there again. I think it was when it was speeding towards it, with all the tears and everything like
that. Tears of a clown. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very strange. Obviously, you kind of doing these episodes to celebrate 5 years of the EscapeGoat. Oh, and happy birthday, by the way.
To the goat.
It's strange, but a lot's happened in those 5 years, and actually I guess as a cultural artifact, listening to kind of the circumstances around the recordings is actually as interesting as the subjects that you're discussing, which I may bring up again as we begin discussing our topic.
Yeah, no, I think so. And as you mentioned, we have done Inside Number 9 recordings, and I think particularly the creation of the spin-off format of doing the Anne Ninthly recordings when we got into discussing season 6. Well, season 6 was an EscapeGoat podcast, wasn't it? We did that as what sort of became the pilot for that, and then Anne Ninthly.
Dude, I have no idea what your branding and nomenclature is, as you well know.
No, it's lazily done as well, in the sense that it all goes out on the same podcast feed and the same YouTube channel, so it's not exactly much of an attempt to differentiate, but it's... we covered Series 7, Series 8 and Series 9 of Inside Number 9 on that. And I think having another format to work in, and obviously the regularity of you as a co-host, is interesting. And kind of I find that it's almost a slightly different version of me on those shows. I don't know, when you have these kind of personas when you're doing this a little bit. And I think particularly the regularity of working with you on all of those brings out a slightly different version of me as a podcast host, I think.
Would you say it's a better version of you, David?
No. Far from it. I think,
which of, just for our listeners, which podcast, which of the episodes would you say is the best version of you?
Oh.
Not your favourite content, which is the best version of you, David?
The one that Isabella and Matt did that I'm not on. By quite a long way, actually. Yeah. And our listener feedback reflects that as well. I get asked to do that version of me more than any other.
The version of you where you are both silent and absent.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's play the hits. I've enjoyed that. But no, I think actually one thing that having the regular co-host allows you for that is you do kind of build up sort of in jokes, and you kind of build up sort of specific to that little patterns and kind of habits and stuff. And it's interesting for me, having done so many of these recordings that are, they have a certain regularity to them. People come back, have regular guests and everything, but they are kind of all individual little things, and they don't build up that rhythm. Whereas I think Anne Ninthly did do that, and it's kind of, it's my little glimpse across the fence into the different sort of podcast I could do. One that would be marketable and popular, possibly.
I mean, let's not assume that. It would just be different.
Different and easier in some ways as well. Of course, if you know who you're talking to every time, that's a little easier in terms of scheduling and planning and all that kind of stuff.
Sure, easier, but familiarity breeds contempt, etc.
Thanks.
And oh no, I'm assuming from your point of view, it's
yeah.
you don't want it to get stale either, which I don't know where I'm going with that.
Like Black Mirror.
Yeah, well, unless you're going to let the listeners in on our pre-recording discussion, that's not going to make any sense, is it?
No, not really. No, I've been off mic. Me and John have been perhaps being a bit cantankerous about Black Mirror, which is fine. That bonus content possibly for the future. So, John, I wanted you to come and, like the other contributors to this anniversary special, talk about an episode of TV that you think is notable or means a lot to you, or both. And you picked the Morecambe and Wise Christmas special from 1977. Would you like to, before we kind of take a closer look at that, because I've watched the whole thing just yesterday for the first time, why? What's your sort of basic rationale for picking that, and what was the process you went through with that?
Drinking.
How long has it been since your last confession?
No, I went through quite a few considerations when you mentioned that you were doing these episodes and you wanted me to pick one episode of television, and I went through the list of kind of things that I love that we haven't really talked about on mic before. The thick of it was a leading contender for quite a while. As I think I've said before, I suspect that just turned into me just doing Malcolm Tucker impressions for 40 minutes. And, lots of other shows that I love where I was trying to find individual episodes. And a few weeks ago, I stumbled across in a shop. Well, we're not going to give marketing, obviously, a shop that sells discounted media entertainment goods. For a bargain price, I found the complete Morecambe and Wise BBC box set collection. The thing with Morecambe and Wise is that the BBC they put some of it on the iPlayer sometimes. There's a best of DVD that's got a lot of good stuff on it, but quite often you're reduced to kind of clip shows that are basically best of sketches. So I was absolutely delighted to find the box set of all the Morecambe and Wise BBC shows, including all of the Christmas specials. Now, the main thing I wanted, actually, was the full version of the Andrew preview sketch, which is actually from the 1971 Christmas special, because it's really hard to find the whole thing from the beginning, front of curtain patter, through to the very end when Andrew preview is playing the piano. So I guess it came about from discovering that at exactly the right time and thinking, oh, brilliant, I will do an episode of Morecambe and Wise because that's a love of mine for reasons I'll go into. And I think that will be interesting to talk about. I then kind of had to consider which of those episodes, and I landed on 1977 for a few reasons. I landed on 1977 for the reason that it's the last show that they did for the BBC before they went back to ITV for a number of years with middling success. I think everyone agrees. It has a lot of great stuff in it. I wouldn't say it's the most vintage of their Christmas shows. Not many sketches from the show feature regularly in the best of clip shows. But across the board, I think it's a very interesting cultural artifact. But also, I just love Morecambe and Wise, and I guess I kind of wanted an excuse to talk about them. The reason I guess I went with the 1977 one as well, and I've been thinking about this, and I don't want to go full Partridge, Grandad Graham, but a lot of it has to do with my granddad, who died when I was quite young. So he died in 1980 when I was about 4 years old, so I never really knew him. And in subsequent years, I've developed this love for things like Python and Morecambe and Wise, and my parents will always reference that my granddad would sit and watch Morecambe and Wise religiously and would chuckle all the way through it. And how much me doing that as well kind of reminds my mum of my granddad, and that's always been quite a touching thing for me to have that connection with him. I picked 1977 because quite frankly, it's a year when we were both alive. It was the last Morecambe and Wise Christmas show. I was alive at that point. Obviously, I don't remember watching it. I don't know that I would have been awake to watch it, but I can be almost certain that my family would have been watching the 1977 Morecambe and Wise Christmas special, and I guess somewhere I've got this unverifiable idea that we might have been in the same room while that was happening. So that's kind of me, I guess, keeping that connection with my granddad.
That is very touching. Unusually touching. I'll cut all of that.
Yeah, cheers if you could.
No, that's great. That's lovely. And I actually, before I go anywhere with that, because there's a few things I want to follow up on there, but you put me in mind of, I was talking to Nina, who's been on the show several times, including recently to talk about Firefly. She's a big music fan. She's got great taste in music, and she's really into the singer-songwriter Dory Previn, who was married to Andre Previn and wrote some songs about that relationship.
I do not know. I've never heard of Dory Previn.
I'll send you a track because Nina kind of got me into her a little bit, and she's really fascinating, really interesting songwriter.
Okay.
But and Nina's not a stranger to British culture. She lived in Britain, and she has a British husband and everything like that. And she recommended a Father Ted,
a British husband, and everything like that.
That.
When you're into British culture, that's the first thing you do, isn't it? They give you like the best Beatles LPs and a spouse.
She probably has the Morecambe and Wise box set. That was the dowry. No, I remember trying to explain to her, a bit off the back of that conversation about Dory Previn, trying to explain to her what Andre Previn's what he was most known for in British culture, and it was really hard. Like I was trying to go, so there's this sketch, he's that's kind of mostly what we know him for now, and it was just a really, really surreal conversation. 1977, fascinating juncture, and I fell down a bit of a rabbit hole looking up what was going on in 1977, particularly over Christmas '97, and I kind of had to just draw a line at a certain point, because obviously it's history, so you just go as deep as you like on everything. But in British culture, obviously, you're in the sort of the Callaghan Labour government, and you're sort of barreling towards Thatcherism, and you've got Elvis has just died. I was quite interested to see that. Like, one of the singles in the Christmas charts that year is a posthumous Elvis single, or a recording made available posthumously, presumably not recorded posthumously, of him doing My Way, and that it's the age of punk. The Sex Pistols are still a going concern, just about. I think they break up pretty much a month or so after this. And for Morecambe and Wise, as you say, it's the end of this particular era and the end of a certain sort of era of variety with that, I suppose. But we were talking, weren't we, off mic, about how it's this variety's not going anywhere fast. And you mentioned, even before I watched this, that there's a Muppet Show joke in it, and the Muppet Show's just started, and in the States Saturday Night Live has started, and it's evolving and mutating. And even though Morecambe and Wise are starting to go away, the format's continuing and evolving still.
It is, yeah. It's again, as I referenced kind of just a minute ago when we were chatting before we mentioned the topic. It's as a cultural artifact as well. These shows are absolutely fascinating. Like I think watching old TV shows from any era is fascinating, but particularly something that's not a sitcom, for example. A sitcom gives a very different atmosphere of what's going on in the world, whereas a variety show can just bombard you with really quick references and guests and people and an aesthetic that gives you a very different reflection on what's going on in the world at that time. And I think the 1977 Christmas special is equally fascinating, as they all are, but fascinating for a lot of those reasons for me. I mean, it's got some absolutely great gags in it. Some of them have dated better than others, as with all, we're looking at a piece of television from almost 50 years ago. They have all dated to varying degrees, like, listener beware if you've never seen the 1977 Christmas special. Like, don't expect it to be reflective of the social values that we hold today in some respects. I don't know why I'm dancing around that. Obviously, there's casual sexism in it. Let's be perfectly Let's right off the bat, shall we say it's 1977, and there's some I would say some relatively benign casual sexism in
Harmless
it.
old-fashioned sexism.
Harmless old-fashioned sexism. Yeah, mostly based around the male gaze. But I don't particularly want to get into the weeds with that.
Well, you try controlling yourself when you're in a room with Penelope Keith, honestly. The force of nature of it is Penelope Keith.
I have. No.
Yeah, no, she's great. It's funny, before you mentioned Monty Python, because I was thinking in terms of the 70s aesthetic, because obviously by this point, Python is off TV and the movies are happening. But I think there's a kind of, almost as I've got a bit older and continue to be a Python fan, I think there's a kind of almost like a long tail of Python in the 70s where Python's so influential, even perhaps to older, more sort of set in their ways comedians like Morecambe and Wise, or at least the people making the programme, and helping them make the programme, it's the bit where, there's obviously running gags with Elton John, and I'm sure we'll talk a bit more about Elton John in this, particularly that ending, but the bit, where he's finding his way around the studio, and then it suddenly cuts to a dummy of Elton John being thrown out of the building. That really reminded me of the bit in Python, early Python, where they do that with a dummy of Lord Nelson, and suddenly I was just thinking, Python is so much about satirising and mocking and spoofing the flow of television and normal television becoming a little bit twisted and strange and unfamiliar, and this has the kind of, I guess, what you might call the vanilla version, or that kind of Python has filtered through to the mainstream, I suppose, and it's this show being watched at Christmas by 20 million people has some of that surreal playing with television conventions, and I guess Morecambe Wise always did a bit of that, but it's becoming to do with the televisual aesthetic in this as well.
It does, yeah. It definitely moved more so towards that, and I think there's various reasons for that, and I'm going to get into the details of that slightly more, I guess. I think Python is bringing up Python and the films is an interesting thing. I'll go straight in, I guess, with this being the last one that they made for the BBC. They then went over to ITV. They actually went back to ITV because or Anglia Television rather is where they started. This is in the days before ITV was really a thing. There were all the various different franchises, and I think they went back to Thames technically after this in 1978. And it was a really big deal. It was like Morecambe and Wise leaving the BBC was an enormous deal. It was front page news. It caught the BBC completely wrong-footed. Now, there's lots of discussions about this. There's actually a really good article in the British Comedy Guide website by Georgie Jameson, and it's kind of a deep dive into the post-BBC years of Morecambe and Wise, and it's very, very interesting. And it would be very easy to see it as, things were on their way out anyway. The BBC obviously wanted them to stay. The BBC were willing to match the money that Thames were offering them, so it wasn't about the money. The thing that seems to make most sense is that the BBC at that time didn't have a film arm. They had no film unit properly, whereas Thames did. And Morecambe and Wise had already flirted with film and writing for film, and it does seem credible that that's actually why they did it, is because they wanted to get more involved in film. And I think maybe they saw that television as a format, or their place in television as a format, was sort of waning. And I think that ties in very nicely to Python, actually, and I'd never considered that before, in the way that Python had obviously transitioned very successfully from TV to making films. Unfortunately, Morecambe and Wise never did. Their films never really took off in the same way. And I think it might be kind of because I'm not an expert on their films, but they sort of stayed quite firmly within the same format of the two of them getting into some scrapes. They were kind of replicating Laurel and Hardy a little bit late after the fact, if you like, whereas the Pythons obviously had much more scope. There were them, but they were all playing different characters, and they were in different scenarios, and etc. And I feel like that worked in a way. Anyway, look, I could do an entire podcast about Python's films versus Morecambe and Wise's films, but that's not why we're here. But I think it is interesting that is to me is a very sound argument for why they left the BBC when no one wanted them to. But also, I think if you look at the 1977 Christmas special, and they never regained kind of the glory of the Christmas specials after leaving the BBC, I think everyone kind of agrees. I think it was probably good that they did. I think it was probably the right time. I think these now kind of exist, trapped in amber, as it were, and they're still delightful to watch. I should say as well, at the moment, actually, they're all on the iPlayer, all of the Christmas specials, which is rare, and I don't know how long they'll be there. It does say for over a year. So it used to be that they'd leave them up for like 30 days after they repeat one actually at Christmas, and then they're very, very hard to find after that. And, you know, the BBC have decided to put them all up at the moment. So go watch them all. There's a lot of great stuff in there.
It's a neat link, isn't it? Because, you know, we just, as of recording this, yesterday we recorded our episode of Alan Ninthly about Stage Fright, the Pemberton and Shearsmith stage show based on Inside Number 9, and Pemberton and Shearsmith are a double act, and they've written about being a double act, and they've written about other double acts from the Morecambe Wise era in Inside Number 9. And, you know, we're both familiar with the work of Vic and Bob as well, and that's worth mentioning if you're talking about Eric Morecambe particularly. You know, that the Vic Reeves is kind of like a through a skewed mirror kind of version of Eric Morecambe, isn't he? Very consciously, you know, and I kind of know some of Eric and Ernie's shtick by seeing it reflected in Reeves and Mortimer, you know, and that's interesting that sort of kept a tradition alive as well. That's another way which variety has mutated. But I was also just thinking of the fact that in things like Inside Number 9 episodes like Plodding On, we've talked about the kind of meta version of Pemberton and Shearsmith's partnership that they play with in that. And there's something of that to this Morecambe and Wise special, isn't there? And I imagine to the previous ones, because this is as much about Morecambe and Wise as anything else, really, isn't it? It's kind of, that sounds silly to say with the Morecambe and Wise special, but it has in-jokes about the previous specials. It assumes you watched and, at least to an extent, remember what happened last Christmas, basically. It has loads of gags about that.
It does. It's really interesting. You're right. It's very self-referential, which I guess they always were. And the fact is that, you know, they started working together in 1940, and they were doing a lot of variety stuff. Bit of background to Morecambe and Wise, for anyone who has absolutely no idea what we're talking about. They started together as they were booked to work together in 1940 on a variety bill, and they realised that they worked very well together, and they sort of carried on. They made their name in variety. They did some radio in the 1950s. They made their first TV show in 1954 that was called Running Wild, and it was an absolute bomb. It absolutely died, and I think this was on ATV, and TV wouldn't touch them for a while after that. Obviously, TV is very nascent at the time in the mid-50s.
You said when you said ATV, I thought you meant it was so unsuccessful it was only on one television.
Very good. Anglia Television, I believe we're talking about, the regional franchise, and it was a flop. And they eventually did something called Two of a Kind. That was on ATV between 61 and 68. And then from 68, they went to the BBC. Or back to the BBC, because they'd done lots of radio stuff. And this is the time where they enter a bit of a different period. And it actually becomes about the writers as much as Morecambe and Wise. It becomes as much about Eddie Braben and Barry Cryer and various others once you get to that stage. But yeah, by 1977, it's like you know, the gags are completely based on your knowledge of their personas. And they have these running themes all the way through. There's the wig gags. There's the, you know, Ernie's short hairy leg gags. There's lots of stuff in this one that's delightful in that way, even right from the very beginning. One of the opening in front of curtain patter bits is, you know, they're arguing over kind of their names. Basically, you've got this big Morecambe and Wise sign that you can't see all of, so it says Recombe and Wise, and it's like, who's Mr. Recombe? And like the joke is that, you know, Eric's getting annoyed because he always gets annoyed in this way and he's always getting done over in this way. And Ernie's always a little bit smug because he's not getting done over in this way. And then straight after, you've got the front of curtain patter, and there's a joke about Luton, a football club. And for that to work, you've kind of got to know that Eric Morecambe is a big Luton football fan. But by 1977, if you've watched enough Morecambe and Wise, you know that. So the gag about someone wanting, I think it's Elton John wants £35 and 2 Luton players, and Ernie says, "Why? That's almost £50."
Yes,
and
there's the miser joke about Ernie as well. Obviously.
It's a miser joke, yeah, of which there are many, and Eric gets to do his kind of faux Humphrey Bogart, pulls his lip up over his teeth. That you see quite a lot. So, like a lot of the gags are based on your knowledge of them in a way that I don't think exists at all anymore. Like the Boosh are the closest example of this, where you kind of have this knowledge of their personas and kind of how. But it's more.
And they haven't existed since 2008, really.
But also, it's that's about Howard Moon and Vince Noir. That's not about Julian Barrett and Noel Fielding. Now, obviously, you could draw a Venn diagram of what and who they are within those parameters, but it's not. They've created characters, they've created personas. Whereas Morecambe and Wise, we are certainly led to believe it's them.
Yeah, and it's this sort of, can't stress this enough. This is going out in an era of 3 channels, and it's playing to about 20 million people. It's playing to about half the British population.
Yeah, it's 28. Again, I think the Wikipedia article says something like, depending on who you believe. Well, like the BBC says it was 28 million. So let's take it as 28 million for the 1977 Christmas special. It's huge. It's huge.
Yeah, so it's meta play about star personas, but done for a very mainstream audience, and it's kind of, we almost risk forgetting, don't we, that like this doesn't have to be niche cult stuff. Like we've spent so long talking about Pemberton and Shearsmith doing Inside Number 9 for a very keen but very cult audience, relatively small audience, tucked away at late night BBC Two and on the iPlayer. This is going out to millions and millions and millions of people, and they understand what they're doing, and it kind of put me in mind, actually, we were talking about Eric Morecambe's persona and his annoyance at being done over and everything like that. There's kind of a bit of Daffy Duck in Duck Amuck about it, isn't there? Like, Morecambe's like playing a character who's partly who's an egomaniac, but is also partly tortured by being on TV. He just TV is conspiring against him to humiliate him, basically, and belittle him, and he's sort of trapped in the medium, in a hostile environment of his own making.
Yeah, it's there's a very interesting quote by Kenneth Tynan, who's a very well-known, reputable theatre critic from the 50s and 60s. And people often think it's straight man, funny man. Ernie's the straight man, Eric's the funny man. That's kind of how it goes. And you go further down the line, and directly after them, double acts like Little and Large and Cannon and Ball. There was a very clear straight man, fun man. Hale and Pace. Les Dennis and Dustin G. So there seems to be a clear definition. People often come back and say, "Oh well, Morecambe and Wise set the template for that." Kenneth Tynan actually said, "I think this is bang on." Kenneth Tynan says that with Eddie Braben as a writer, Morecambe and Wise had a unique dynamic. Ernie was a comedian who wasn't funny, while Eric was a straight man who was funny. And I think that's absolutely it. They're not straight man, funny man. So you're right. Ernie is playing the straight man who's kind of getting annoyed because he's constantly being done over, but doing it because and then being very, very funny with it. Whereas Ernie is looking to receive the acclaim and the applause, and stuff isn't landing. Stuff doesn't land. The stuff that he does is never very good.
Yeah. But by stealth of doing that, he is the perfect setup man for Eric,
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, there's lots of stuff. I think one of the most interesting sketches in this whole thing comes about halfway. It's about halfway through. No, it's not even. I'm not sure it is even halfway through. I think it's when they're in their flat, they're at home, and Ernie is like, "Oh, I've bought us a new place, and it's much cheaper and it's much bigger," and they're packing up their flat that we've seen them in every one of the Christmas specials, and they're doing jokes to each other, and Eric walks in immediately with a cup of tea and goes, Tian, Tian, and then goes, oh, I haven't done that one in years. It's a good one. And you know that they've been working together since the 1940s, and these jokes are just constantly repeated, and they're constantly able to refer back and say, well, I haven't done that one in years. As to whether they've actually repeated it on television, we don't know, but we know that they've been doing the same shtick every night over and over again for years, and it kind of adds something to everything they do. They're able to refer us back to the longevity of their career without us even needing the details.
So this is interesting. So I don't know. I didn't look into whether they knew this was going to be the last BBC Christmas special at this stage. Do you know that? Well, my friend, I most certainly did. Here's the question. Did they know? Did the BBC know? Who knew? It would, from what I've read, it would seem that the BBC didn't know based on their reaction when the news broke, but it would also suggest that Morecambe and Wise were already being courted by Thames. We're taking meetings, so to speak. Certainly were taking meetings and had a fair idea that they were going to make this transition, that they were going to make this their last one. It's difficult to say for certain, but also it does seem strange if they were considering that they would write a sketch about them kind of packing this flat up and leaving. It's bizarrely funereal. It's really strange. It's very funereal, and it gets a payoff, but the payoff, it's not that good. No. But to be honest, it seems to be more about creating that. It's not particularly gag heavy, that sketch. So yeah, it's a real curiosity for me, and I think it does beg that question: is who knew? Did they know? Did the writers know? Because again, it's a lot of Morecambe and Wise's stuff relies on its writers and its team. It's very melancholy, that sketch, and it's very, it made me think, well, it did make me think a bit of Inside Number 9 again, of Cheese and Crackers, like it's about the it seems like it's about the dissolving of a partnership, they're using the flat as like a metaphor for that, and Ernie is reassuring Eric that they'll still be together, basically, the new place will be as good, and that's so bizarre if you think of the new place as a metaphor for ITV, and it also made me think how much these classic, usually male British double acts are kind of based on seemingly platonic friendship. Obviously, you could make quite easy, couple jokes about Eric and Ernie, and they trade on that, and they have the shared bed in several episodes of this and everything. But they're sort of based on mutual insecurity. They're kind of based on jokes about male friendships and how they actually need to be full of reassurance that you're not going to go somewhere else. That you both need each other. Yeah, There's a not just a different podcast. There's probably a whole PhD thesis in kind of male friendship in comedy partnerships and something along those lines. But yeah, it's the creation of them living together as a bond is kind of something I believe they sort of took from Laurel and Hardy as well. And early Laurel and Hardy, and we then see that reflected in Bert and Ernie, for example. It turns into I think it becomes very expedient actually for writers to just say, oh well, if they just live together, then like that's easier. That gives us scope to do stuff. Like even translating that into sitcoms like Peep Show, for example, it's like, well, it's going to be much easier to write situational gags if they just live together. Men Behaving Badly, another good example. It's like let's put them in a home environment because that makes it so much easier. Now they're not writing whole sitcoms, obviously, but in terms of writing those individual sketches, I think it just gives them a really easy shortcut to a backdrop where they can just riff, basically. Otherwise, you've got to set up where they are and why they're there, and before you can even get to them joking around with each other. Whereas if they live together, like, you don't need to bother with any of that. It's like, here we are, we're in their house, we know that they live together, they're in bed together, making breakfast together, very famously. Sharing a bed together, famously making breakfast together. It just gives you, it cuts out any of the needing to create any kind of ladder into the joke or into the scenario. it's where the personas sort of cross over with what they're actually doing, isn't it? What the actual people were doing for the BBC, and like, you know, their comic partnership, their partnership based on making each other, I guess, but also the audience laugh, is portrayed as a domestic partnership, and it sort of bleeds over more and more, and it does become, and again, as we saw talking about Pemberton and Shearsmith, you know, it becomes more and more porous what their real relationship is, and how, you know, debatable how close they are and in what ways, you know, and it's a fascinating artifact still to look at, I think.
Yeah, it is, and I'm glad you mentioned making each other laugh, because they're always going to be some of my favourite moments. And you can never tell, you know, they're professional performers, so if when professional performers break in any way, you should probably be suspicious of it, because you can use that as a technique. I meant to say, actually, you can edit this into the Inside Number 9 podcast that we did. There was a moment in Stage Fright where Reese flubbed a line, and noticeably flubbed a line, and you kind of mentioned to me, it was like, oh, you know, maybe they're still settling into the run or whatever, and I'm like, no, that's intentional, that's coming back at some point, that's coming, and indeed it does come back, and Steve then refers to it as Reese, as the line being flubbed. So you should always be very suspicious of it, but like, I just don't want to believe anything other than when they laugh, they really are just making each other laugh. It's great, and there's some lovely moments in this one where they're making each other laugh, and they're breaking slightly, and it's really like the front of curtain patter bits when you've got Penelope Keith and when you've got Francis Matthews are really great when they break ever so slightly, and there's flubs, and Eric pounces on them every single time. That's what Eric is great at. There's also a lovely bit, and you just can't tell. It's in the this is what I guess I said, the Roxanne sketch, the Cyrano de Bergerac sketch, where he's pouring a pint of harp from a harp. Now, again, cultural artifact. Harp used to be probably one of the biggest selling beers in the UK back in that era. I don't believe it still is. But he pours a pint of harp, and obviously, whether this is the fault of the props department or not, we'll never know. But what comes out is just pure foam, and it just spits out this pure foam. And the look that Eric Morecambe gives, and he just gives this little chuckle to us, and we're involved in the gag, and we can see that he's kind of amused and disappointed by how this prop hasn't worked properly. He just every time it just lets us in, it brings us in closer. And also, because their comedy trades so heavily on their personas and our knowledge of their personas, you know, that's just beautiful. That's why it works, is they're using it to both ends, as it were. Whereas I think Stephen Reese, I think they use it differently. I think they use their personas to wrong foot us and to direct us where they want us to go, and to keep us interested in their dynamic, but to keep us curious in their dynamic, particularly with Plodding On, when you get to the stage where they're playing with their public personas so visibly. They're still in complete control of it. They're still saying, we are in control of what you think about us. Whereas with Morecambe and Wise, it's just like, we want you to feel like you know us, and we're going to wink at you, and we're going to pull you in, and we're going to share the joke with you. And it just feels a little bit more, I don't know, wholesome's probably the wrong word, but it just, more delightful, I guess.
Yeah, and who knows how many like retakes they did of scenes and everything in front of the live studio audience, but there's that feeling, that pantomime feeling, isn't there, that the best bits are the bits where things go slightly wrong and they acknowledge it. And I think part of Ernie Wise's charm is he is capable of showing that sort of like seemingly sincere joy whenever there is a little variation, and whenever Eric makes him laugh, and he's great at sharing that. And it's just, some of the jokes are so stupid, but so amusing. Like, when he's referring to the guest actress as hand grenade, things like that. That got a laugh out of me.
Oh yeah. It's like Ang-Harad Rees we're talking about for anyone.
Of Poldark fame at the time.
Ang-Harad Rees of Poldark fame. I guess that's the other reason I chose the 1977 special.
I was going to say.
I can again if pure speculation, but for listeners who have heard my voice before may well be aware that I grew up in the West Country. I grew up in Cornwall. Poldark was an enormous thing in the 70s, the original Poldark series we're talking about, and the Winston Graham novels. And, you know, my family have a huge collection of them, and I know for a fact they would have watched this. So for that Morecambe and Wise Poldark crossover to exist in 1977, for me is absolutely beautiful. But yeah, you know, they call Ang-Harad Hand Grenade and Hang Glider, and that's great. But they do the same the other way around when Penelope Keith comes on, and Penelope Keith keeps calling Eric Derek, and finally he says it's not Derek, it's Eric, and she goes, "Oh, I'm so terribly sorry, Mr. Moron." And again, like, just double joke, like, they make jokes about names constantly. Whenever they have a guest on, there's always going to be a joke about mispronouncing their name or malapropisms. You know, that's a way to get in really quickly, really cleanly with a laugh line, so that they Andre Preview. There we go. Yeah. That's like another glorious example of
not every joke has to be terribly complicated, does it?
It doesn't. It doesn't. And that's the thing. It's. I think my favourite Morecambe and Wise jokes are actually the one-liners, and there's a lot of one-liners and a lot of repeated stuff. Yeah. So some of the ones as a cultural artifact, some of the ones that, you know, for a modern audience you would definitely have to look up. So, for example, in the flat leaving sketch, but also in the Cyrano de Bergerac sketch, the whole thing of him putting a polystyrene cup basically kind of between his teeth and then pretending like he's playing the piano and saying, "Sitting at my piano." There's a famous variety musical American act called Jimmy Durante, who was basically famous for that song that starts "Sitting at my piano." So, you know, that references back to other comedy and variety performers. The constant the gag when the police sirens are heard outside, or the ambulance sirens, or whatever they are, and in this particular episode, it's Eric says that that's Shaw Taylor going home for his lunch.
Yeah, I had to Google him.
Of course you had to Google Shaw Taylor. Of course you had to. Who would possibly know who Shaw Taylor is? Now, later on when we see James Hunt, you can just about go, "Oh, that's James Hunt. He was a Formula One driver. Therefore, the gag is this ridiculous high-speed ride that they've had was because James Hunt was driving." Who the hell is Shaw Taylor? And he was famous for... He was famous for presenting a show called Police 5. This was basically the nascent Crime Watch of its day, where they would have like a 5-minute episode where the public were invited to help the police with their inquiries. So that existed right from the very beginning of it.
Quality light entertainment format.
Quality light entertainment, yeah, exactly. So to know that Shaw Taylor did a police show, and a speedy one, and a short form police show makes that joke work.
Yeah. And I talked before about the placement in Variety at this point of what they're doing, and how perfect is it? You actually spoiled me for this one element of the episode, but when Penelope Keith calls Ernie Kermit, it's just...
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's perfect. It's so succinct, because you're like, well, yeah, he is actually, isn't he? Like, he is, apart from the other things they're doing, he is that role, you know, Kermit's his role, and, you know, there is a tradition there. But I was also just thinking how perfect it is to have Elton John on this at this moment of time, because I looked it up and I was like, well, he was doing, like, Crocodile Rock with the Muppets, like, within a year of that. I think he'd already done that, you know, and Elton John as a figure that just sort of belongs so organically in that vibe in the late 70s, doesn't he?
Yeah, or Elephant John, yes, as we should refer to him as, because again, like, if you can,
that's a particularly stupid joke.
It's a particularly stupid one, but nonetheless, I'm going to call him Elephant John from now on. Maybe that was the beef between him and Madonna that's recently been resolved. Is maybe Madonna just kept calling him Elephant and he snapped.
Yeah, could be.
It's really interesting. There is a modern comparison. So Jimmy Kimmel used to do a thing where he'd get to the end of his show and he'd say Matt Damon is on the show at the beginning of every show, and then he'd get to the end and he'd say, oh, sadly we don't have time for Matt Damon, so we're going to have to bump him. And that turned into a whole big thing. I only really know this because of the glorious gag that Matt Damon then does with Sarah Silverman, where they write a song called "I'm Fucking Matt Damon."
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
And they show it to Jimmy Kimmel live, and it's absolutely glorious. But it's the same gag with Elton John. It's the same gag. It's like we're gonna have him show up, but we're just not gonna. We don't want him. And they start the episode by saying, "Oh, don't worry, I've sorted this. We'll never see him." But then it's great because you have all of these inserts, a lot of which are really are very sophisticated. The one where the idea being that they're sending him around on a wild goose chase around the BBC, like him walking in to the newsreader's desk, and the newsreader, who is Kenneth Kendall, by the way, you can Google him also, who is Kenneth Kendall, just carries on reading the news whilst he's handing this note to Elton John, and then they end up in a sauna with the cast of Dad's Army. And
what
you get
great
this
line.
glorious moment where you've got Arthur Lowe doing "Stupid Boy," and saying that.
But that's mad, isn't it? That's mad, isn't it? Because it's not the cast of Dad's Army; they're the characters from Dad's Army. So, are we to believe that Elton John has wandered back in time to a fictional World War II?
Oh man, that's the thing. If you're going to pick the gags apart like that, then they're all going to fall apart.
Oh no, of course no. I don't mean that as criticism. What I mean is, it's more of that Python-esque kind of lost in TV land kind of stuff, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, I see what you mean. They're lost in the world of TV rather than they're not actually showing us the place where the TV is made. Or if they are, why are they in character? I'd never considered that before. Thanks for ruining that, David.
No problem. Well, that's why it's so strange at the end, and this is where, I'm talking about the funereal tone at times. You know, the bit at the end where they get Elton John, well, they're dressed as cleaning ladies, and the show is over. He has missed the show, and then, of course, the basic gag is we're gonna actually include it. We're actually going to include the new song, which I actually read was then on the Elton John album the next year. Like, it was a new song. It was.
Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah. Shine On Through, I believe, which appeared on A Single Man in 1978.
And I don't know how well this is lined up. Like, I don't know if Morecambe Wise, had any input in that being the song he did, but that has a melancholy tone as well, doesn't it? But it's a love song, and it's got this strange atmosphere with Eric and Ernie in drag, but now backgrounded, watching it from the seats, and without the studio audience, so there's no laughter in that scene at all, anything, even at the joke lines, and it's even at Eric's punchline after the song, and that just gives it's such a surreal tone as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, the whole thing's quite bizarre, but so there's you can probably deduce a fairly simple rationale here, which is that Elton John only appears in pre-filmed inserts, and then he finally appears in an empty studio with only Morecambe and Wise. Scheduling. It's as simple as that. It's to do with scheduling. This is all pre-recorded. This was all done at a different time. They wanted to get Elton John, or someone was really desperate to have Elton John, and they did whatever they needed to do to make that work. Or, presumably at this point, because people did see being the guest star on Morecambe and Wise is quite a big thing, and you'd had Glenda Jackson the year before. You get some very big names. You get Peter Cushing constantly over and over again. The Peter Cushing gags are just glorious about the fact that they never pay him. And I wonder if there was a bit of a prima donna ego thing going on here as well, of like, oh, I'm not just going to be one of the guest stars who come and do this patter with you. I want something a bit more. And then they came up with this, or whether it was just that he wasn't available when they were doing the actual record, etc., etc. So there's clearly you can see the mechanics of kind of why they've done it this way and why Elton John is never actually in front of an audience with them. But yeah, it's kind of surreal. And yes, the opening to that final scene is very Route One. Again, it works on the basis of we know these two people, and therefore to see them in drag is funny in some way. It's the Terry Jones comedy shtick of like, but if I put a dress on and a silly voice, then that is inherently funny. But it's only funny if you know the person who's doing it.
But suddenly then so low status as well, not just like gender swap, but like they are now the cleaning people at the lowest rung on the ladder now in the building, you know, to the star names of Morecambe and Wise that we've been living with.
Morecambe and Wise, yeah, but also it gives us lots of nice little gags where they just kind of get to go, oh no, but they've oh well, you'll have to talk to them about it. It's nothing to do with us. Yeah. And you know, and then obviously you kind of know the payoff that's going to come is obviously that Elton John will say, this is the song I was going to do on a show. You sit through 4 minutes of Elton John's new single, and it's just a variant on the what do you think of the show so far rubbish. It's, you know, Eric Morecambe just say, well, it's a good job you didn't. Beautiful. Yeah. Unfortunately, they kind of then ruin it with the sneeze and the hair falling over his face, to my mind. Yeah. I think that's
too silly. It'd be good to
that's
just
a bit of a disappointment, but
yeah.
But hey, what do I know?
You casually mentioned the bit where Elton John walks in on the newsreader. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the newsreader bit, because it's the bit that this special's most famous for and that does make the highlight reels often. But I just wanted to ask you, and I didn't look this up as well, but the gag, if it is a gag, well, it is a gag clearly because people react to it, but where they have the chorus line of beautiful female dancers and then they zero in on one at the end of the row several times throughout the show. Is that Angela Rippon? Is that what that gag is?
Yes. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll give you the cliff notes to that then. So the year before, the 1976 special, one of the famous sketches of that is Angela Rippon saying, here's a news. So for context, Angela Rippon, well-respected broadcaster, journalist.
Groundbreaking female
newsreader. Also trained as a dancer. That's crucial to know, basically. So she's often on these clip shows as saying that kind of when she did the sketch in 1976, which is her saying there is a news flash. The news is there may be trouble ahead, but while there's music and moonlight and love, and then goes into a big dance piece basically where it's Angela Rippon, like proper Busby Berkeley stuff, and it's great, and everyone kind of went wow. And as she often says on these clip shows, it's like, proving that a newsreader had legs under the table was like a big thing, was a big deal. So they did that sketch in 1976. It's kind of a riff on that, basically. It's just a repeat of that.
One of the dancing girls just casually is Angela Rippon.
One of the dancing girls is casually Angela Rippon, basically. And they use it about 3 times, I think, as an insert. So they do it the first time where they zone in on the end of the line and it's Angela Rippon. They do it another 2 times, speed it up. Again, I think they just needed filler. Honestly, I think they just needed cutaways so that they could get everything ready for whatever was coming next, basically.
It's starting to feel a bit Kenny Everett as well. I was thinking, looking forward to stuff that was just about to kick off, you know, like if you talk about the British sort of variety tradition or like silly comedy tradition on TV, like it starts speeding things up. It's starting to feel a bit like that.
Yeah, it is. However, this is what you will find if you start digging is in the 1977 Christmas special, Angela Rippon also made an appearance, which had been intended as a surprise. When news leaked of her contribution days before Christmas, the BBC began an investigation into how the leak occurred, and contemporary press reports claimed that staff were fired from the corporation over the leak.
What a thing to get fired for. Or to fire someone for.
Just let that sink in for a second. In the mid-1970s, the BBC were firing people, but...
for not necessarily in the right order.
But not necessarily for the right reasons.
Yeah, that's shocking. That's shocking.
Yeah, so that's why that's there. Which brings us to the whole There Is Nothing Like a Dame section, where they take this idea of newsreaders who are usually sat behind a desk and they run with that and they go, well, what if they do a song and a dance number? Like, that's essentially the gag. Now, the gag here, and I mentioned this to you before, the gag here is really interesting to me because the gag is that every single one of these guys is a well-respected, quite serious journalist and broadcaster. You've got Michael Parkinson, Michael Aspel, Richard Baker, Frank Boff, Philip Jenkinson, Kenneth Kendall, Barry Norman, Eddie Waring, Richard Whitmore, and Peter Woods. in one way or another, to varying degrees, they're all very serious broadcasters, journalists, and fundamentally newsreaders that you would see on your television regularly, if not daily, being very serious and giving you news. And the joke obviously is, what if they do this lovely song and dance number, and then you've got the cut so that you see acrobats doing the backflips, and then you cut to, I think it's Michael Aspel and Barry Norman, like pretending that it's them that's done it. It's absolutely great. What I find fascinating about watching this now is like, Kaplinsky has already won Strictly Come Dancing. It's like, in no world do we now have newsreaders that you would be shocked or you amused by the discrepancy of them now doing this kind of thing.
That's why it's such an interesting dated thing, isn't it? It's like the lines where that was delineated, you know.
Yeah, our newsreaders are already song and dance men and women. They're already celebrities. They're already jokers and clowns, arguably. You know, I'm reminded of, I don't know, I think it's Jeff Daniels in the newsroom, where he kind of says, in years gone by, you know, you had serious newsmen like, you know, Cronkite and Morrow and these big names of American journalism, and to an extent that's true. Like in the 70s, we did have Baker and Jenkinson and Kendall and I was going to say, and Boff had his own troubles. Let's feel free to dig into that yourself, folks.
It's a deference thing, isn't it? It's like an old school British deference thing. You respected some people.
It's a deference thing, but like, oh, here's Kay Burley and Andrew Bolton. It's like, well, I already think you're absurd. Here's Piers Morgan. I already think you're absurd. I get the BBC still have that air, I guess, but again, let's not go too far down. Like Clive Myrie, who is, I guess, the most recognisable one, does Mastermind and Have I Got News for You as well, like, regularly. Newsreaders are regularly on light entertainment programmes.
I think the nearest thing you probably had in the last decade for that sort of thing was things like Ed Balls being on Strictly, you know, like kind of people from the world of politics, and then like more controversially even like the idea of Nigel Farage going on I'm a Celebrity, and that being used by both parties to get something out of it that's maybe a bit sinister, you know, that kind of thing.
And Hancock, like the list goes on of you know, people who we should have respect for, or should be in a position to demand or earn our respect, doing utterly absurd things. So this is kind of, I'm sure there are other examples of people in that position doing silly things. I'm sure, you know, I'm sure this probably happened in the US, particularly on, oh God, what's that big talk show? Ed Sullivan. Ed Sullivan probably did this quite a bit with people, I guess.
Yeah, Nixon went on laughing, didn't he, famously?
Did he? Oh, good. But why didn't he burn the tapes? So that's the thing. This is one of those glorious moments where these very high status, very serious men, yes, they are men, we've done Ange and Rippon, don't worry, are just larking around, and it's very, very funny. But it's because of the seriousness and their status, and I find that fascinating. It's fascinating for a modern day viewer you're gonna have to Google every single one of them if you're so interested. You might know, you'll probably know Michael Parkinson.
I recognise Parkinson and Barry Norman because of the age I am, basically.
You'll probably know Parkinson. You might passingly know Aspel, and you might know Barry Norman. But the rest of them, you're probably going to have to look up. But they're all very, very interesting in terms of their careers and what they did and how the television landscape was incredibly different at that time. Interesting, I should just say as well, really interesting choice of song. There is nothing like a dame from South Pacific. I don't know. I don't have anything particularly interesting or profound to say about that. Just interesting.
Just a large all-male ensemble, I think, is part of what
yeah, I wonder when. I haven't looked up actually when the shore leave sketches. So they do a similar thing where there's the two of them and Cliff Richard, and they do the shore leave song from On the Town, which is very silly but also very funny, where it's the three of them doing a kind of naval uniform kind of dance. I suspect that comes before this. So I think they just like the idea of having them all in naval uniform on on a deserted beach. Probably they were scrambling around for something that would suit a cast that big as well, potentially.
Yeah, no, I love it. It's great, and as I say, that's probably the most famous bit from this special. We'll have to wrap shortly, but I have been asking people what their favourite, well, kind of an example of the thing they brought here, what their favourite other one of that is. So I suppose in this case it would be, is there another Morecambe and Wise Christmas special that stands out to you?
Oh, it's 1971, no question. If you've never seen a Morecambe and Wise Christmas special, don't be messing around with this one. Like, come to this later. Go straight to 1971. This is the methadone
of Morecambe and Wise Christmas special.
You've got Shirley Bassey doing "Smoke Gets in Your Eyes," which is glorious. You've got Glenda Jackson. You've got Andre Preview, worth the price of admission alone. I can, whatever mood, whatever's going on in my life, as long as I have access to that sketch, it's going to be okay. Because it's beautiful. The performances are spectacular, and again, it's all based on Andre Previn actually being a very, very serious public figure, but not with Morecambe and Wise around.
And he's hilarious in that sketch as well. He's
do you know what? You've almost stopped me from talking about it, David, but you're not going to. I saw your game. You've got the glorious moment where in the Penelope Keith Cyrano de Bergerac sketch where she turns and she waves at two other men in the box in the theatre, and it is of course Richard Briers and Paul Eddington.
Yeah, that's very good.
And then they do the lovely little gag. She holds up a fan that says "The Good Life," like as if we didn't know that they're the cast of The Good Life. This is 1977, for goodness sake. It's at its peak. Happy 50th birthday to The Good Life, by the way, this year. And then turns to Richard Briers and Paul Eddington, who do, with their fans, do, "What do you think of the show so far?" And she says "rubbish," and you get that lovely little gag. Now, crucially, they don't speak, so obviously they're not. Let's call that a cameo rather than a guest star spot, and they don't have lines, and presumably they were doing it for fun and as a favour, and rather than like. Oh, also, I think that is a pre-filmed bit as well. But it's glorious, that crossover again. You've got Dad's Army, you've got The Good Life, which I will go into much more detail about at some point. I'm absolutely certain, because as you know, I've been rewatching The Good Life, and that is also an absolutely fascinating cultural artifact, but also a really interesting sitcom, really interesting piece of writing.
I was going to ask if it had been the thick of it, which episode would you pick for that?
To talk about one individual episode, I'd probably go with one of the specials. So it would probably be Spinners and Losers or Rise of the Nutters, I guess. Maybe Rise of the Nutters.
I mentioned to you, I remember when we talked about sitcom endings, and when we were doing the One Foot in the Grave, Remember Behaving Badly episode, but I was talking about sitcom transitions as well, where a sitcom changes into a slightly different thing, talking about those specials, and I was talking about them as being kind of the equivalent of the end of Yes Minister, where you have a prime ministerial regime changing. Obviously, in the thick of it, the focus is not on the person who's actually about to become prime minister. They never appear. But it's the nearest thing to a transition point where you then end up in Series 3 with Rebecca Front, and, you're doing a slightly different thing,
Yeah, I'd like close. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I'd go for the Inquiry episode, actually, which is the penultimate episode of the whole thing, which is fascinating and also very, very funny, but really interesting, because you've had this, you're in Series 4 and you just completely break the format and how you're presenting everything, and suddenly you are in the real world, you're in the public eye, you're very demonstrably in the version of their world that is visible,
that we see,
that is transparently visible. Everything else has been behind the curtain, and this is like, now we are putting those characters in front of the curtain. It's no coincidence that they repeat that trick for Veep, that they do exactly the same thing, and they have an Inquiry episode. So yeah, it would probably be that. But Morecambe and Wise pipped it because I love it, and it has close personal associations for me, and it just always makes me laugh. Also, I guess it is because usually when we do these podcasts, just before we start recording, David says, "Here's a $5," and once we finish the recording, I'll show it to you again.
Yeah, that's true. I do. That's the only way I can get him. He don't come cheap. So Thanks, John. Thanks for joining me for that. I'm glad we got to talk about that. And thanks for all the great conversations over the years. Look forward to many more.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me, David, and happy birthday, and hey!
Perfect.
This stinks. I hate rainy days. There's nothing to do. There's nowhere to go. I need action. I need adventure. I need to punch. Hey, I want to solve crimes and fight evil too, but I'm not taking it out on Bubbles. Me neither. So it's raining. What are we to do? I have an idea. Since we can't be the Powerpuff Girls outside, maybe we could play the Powerpuff Girls and fight crime right here at home. Sorry. That's a great idea. But where do we begin? Right here. The city of Townsville. A harmonious community of happy little people. Look at all the happy little people. I'm happy, I'm driving, I'm happy and I'm driving. Hi, Joe, what do you know? Ow! 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 Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm a monster and I'm eating Joe. I do that.
Hey, Olivia, welcome back.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Really good to see you again. I say see you again. We do live together, so I see you fairly frequently.
What?
Behind the curtain, everyone. What a revelation. I really want to get you back on this because you have been on the show since pretty much since the beginning. You, I think just a few episodes in, you did episode 4 with me and Matt about South Park. And that's still one of my favourites because we actually haven't done many like that where we've done sort of a fairly deep dive into like a whole season of television episode by episode, and I actually really enjoyed looking at an old season of South Park, which when we talked about it was, I guess, about like roughly 20 years old, and taking it kind of seriously, you know, when South Park tends to get dismissed a little bit, particularly maybe earlier South Park is a little bit puerile or straightforward, and I just, you know, that like includes some of my favourite episodes of television, so particularly Kenny Dies, so it was really great to get to talk to you about that, and I know you've been a big South Park fan for ages.
Yep, still am, and I'm super excited about the new season that's going to come out, I think, in a few months' time, so the trailer is promising excellent things, so I'm excited to see what they've got in store for 2025.
Yes, it's the era of the Blame Canada reprise, isn't it?
Oh my god, yeah, who knows? It's going to be wild. Yeah. I'm very hyped.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting to see, and the show has continued to evolve, and I really enjoyed that conversation, and I really enjoyed getting to talk to you again. This is a pandemic era one about Pokemon and Monsters in My Pocket, because I know that you got through the pandemic in part because of what was then the newish Pokemon game for the Switch.
Yeah.
And that similarly, Monsters in My Pocket was a big lockdown hobby for me. That was fun.
Yeah. No, I escaped lockdown now, so. But yes, similarly to South Park, I'm still a big Pokemon fan, and get the new games as they come out, so always enjoyable.
Yeah, kept it up, and then there was quite a big gap, and then you came back to talk with me and your friend Patrick about Doctor Who.
Yeah.
This is the when Shooty Gatwa had just been introduced. We've obviously watched a few more of those. In fact, we just we're recording this on Easter weekend 2025, and we just watched the start of the second full Shooty Gatwa season.
Yeah,
which was good fun. I think he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the episodes I've seen so far, and I like that they roll them out weekly still, and you can watch them as they appear, which I think is good.
Yeah, it's nice to have, you know, I mean, it's not a fresh observation, but, you know, in an era where quite a lot of TV's become bingeable and streamed.
Yeah, not a big fan of the bingeable content streaming situation.
There are things I definitely like to catch up with things, you know, maybe when they've been on for a few seasons and I'm finally getting round to them. But I kind of like to have one TV show that I'm following week by week at a time. And it's really nice to have Doctor Who as one that you and I both look forward to and anticipate. You know?
Yeah, it's very nice to have that routine.
It really is. And when I asked you what you wanted to talk about on the show, you came up with a answer which gave me much joy. Because it's a show I also remember really fondly, although I don't think I watched as much of it as you did. And it probably came at a little bit of a different life stage because of our slightly different ages. But the episode that you wanted to talk about is a episode of the Powerpuff Girls, the Cartoon Network show. This particular episode, the Powerpuff Girls' Best Rainy Day Adventure Ever, which aired on Cartoon Network on the 28th of April in the year 2000. It's episode 10 of the second series of the Powerpuff Girls. Very brief overview. I'll talk to you more generally about the Powerpuff Girls. So were you actually watching this on Cartoon Network?
Yes. So I grew up watching anything and everything on Cartoon Network that was aired there, including the stuff that they then shelved and put on like Boomerang or Cartoon Network Plus, I think, afterwards. But my two favorite shows that I would watch mostly with my brother when we grew up together was the Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Laboratory. I think those are my two favorites. But Powerpuff Girls is more of my kind of like show that I was really obsessed with as a kid. I had a Powerpuff Girls like poster. It had all the villains on it. Had all the Powerpuff Girls. It had, I think, all the characters on it, which I unfortunately for my grandparents made them remember and recite all of the characters on that poster. So I was pretty into it. A lot of fun. It's super imaginative, really bite-sized episodes, usually packed in kind of like pairs of two, and yeah, just like a real childhood favorite.
Yeah, I was going to mention we are actually basically talking about the first half of episode 10 of the Powerpuff Girls of this season, because they are, as you say, double bills, and quite a popular format for cartoons that length, giving you this kind of double bill, which is something I used to enjoy as well. We got cable TV around about, I guess, the very tail end of the 90s. So for me and my brother growing up, we like cartoons a lot. We're going to talk later about some Warner Brothers stuff, and I'd also watch things like Tiny Toon Adventures and Animaniacs. But getting a cable package, quite a basic cable package, but one that included Cartoon Network, was quite an eye-opener for us as well, because we watched some of the shows you're talking about. We loved Dexter's Lab. We watched Johnny Bravo, things like Courage the Cowardly Dog. It was just, I think some of those were Nickelodeon, but it was that whole kind of package of cable animation that kind of, without being edgy, without being adult animation, I think the Powerpuff Girls remains a kind of great all-round family animation you can watch, and it's not dark and gruesome, but it's creative and it's clever, and it's I genuinely think I can get about as much out of it as I did, because I guess I was already a little old for those sorts of things. I was watching them as a teenager basically, but I think you can get as much out of them then, and now I can as an adult, than I would have done as a kid.
Interestingly, I do not really enjoy any sort of like Marvel or DC superhero films, but I just really like the format of the Powerpuff Girls, and I think maybe that's all I need for that thing. I didn't have cable. I grew up in Switzerland, so I had French TV for a while, which is when I discovered when Pokemon was on in French. I watched that, and then got Sky and had access to all these channels. Wasn't allowed to watch a lot of things on Nickelodeon, so Cartoon Network was the main one.
It's interesting, isn't it, with the gendered thing with the Powerpuff Girls? In recent decades of superhero movies and superhero media, there's been quite a lot of kind of, female representation in those media, and the bringing to life of iconic female characters like Wonder Woman, and I'm thinking things like the Jessica Jones show and Captain Marvel more recently. It's interesting, one of the things I rewatched for this show and talked about with James was the episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and this also in the late 90s, you're sort of taking a kind of coming-of-age superhero story featuring these girls, they're younger in this, but than Buffy is, but they're normal girls with like superhero life foisted upon them, basically. Well, actually, they're kind of created to be superheroes, aren't they?
Well, they're created accidentally because Professor Utonium is messing around in his laboratory, and he puts all these ingredients in, and then he accidentally adds chemical X, so then the Powerpuff Girls are born. So they're just kind of an accident.
Can I just say how much I love shows that contain in their intros a whole recap of what the show's about, by the way?
All about that. But even it doesn't help me when it comes to things like Star Wars. I can have a whole explainer, and then I'm like, "What planet is this? Who are these people?" I've got no idea what's going on. But it is very useful to introduce the show.
I really love that they pair it with the narrator as well, who does the kind of almost like kind of golden age 1950s kind of Adventures of Superman, kind of the city of Townsville. He has that sort of mid 20th century American newsman kind of voice. Actually really reminded me in terms of stuff I love. Count Duckula has a similar thing with in that much more horror-coded kind of Castle Duckula. You set the scene at the beginning of every episode. But yeah, it's their origin story being kind of almost like a distillation of every superhero origin ever. Like it doesn't matter. They're just there now.
Yeah. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. Isn't it weird? I don't know if Craig McCracken, who's the creator of the show, ever talked specifically about the resemblance to the Chipmunks. Because, they have that thing where, in this case, it's the professor and the three colour-coded girls. And Alvin and the Chipmunks, you have Dave, their human who looks after them, and the three colour-coded chipmunks.
Oh, yeah.
Which is sort of really weird, kind of... I mean, I guess being a cartoon fan, growing up when he did, you'd obviously be...
Which one came first then? There's Chipmunks earlier?
Oh, the Chipmunks is like a 60s record and cartoon phenomenon. One of the strange things that happened, but also very wholesome. And I guess they also have like quite high-pitched voices as well, which is quite,
yeah, that's true, yeah.
I really like the dynamic between the Powerpuff Girls, and actually I thought this episode was a great showcase for some of that. root one question maybe, but did you have a favourite Powerpuff Girl?
I think my favorite is Blossom. I think I really liked her hair. I like the bow that she had. I like how she was kind of like the leader, but like just the kind of most, I don't know, the most kind of passionate one. I was thinking, I think we were discussing this before, how as a Leo, I resonate with Blossom over the others. But I think there's a little bit of like all three of them in every person. You know, there's kind of like that like angry streak, which is your Buttercup, and your like sweet cutesy side, which is your Bubbles. But I think overall, she's probably my main girl.
Yeah, and she ties the team together. You know, she tends to have that sort of leader of the team role. You know.
Yeah, she kind of steps up as the kind of leader one.
Yeah,
she's always at the top when they're featured and when they're flying around. So
there's a thing mention inevitably Star Trek. There's a thing people talk about with the original Star Trek where, you know, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy form this like great trio where McCoy is overly emotional and cantankerous, and Spock is rational and, you know, uber logical and kind of that character, and Kirk is the leader who ties it all together and takes their advice as almost like two sides of his own personality. That sort of id, superego, ego thing. They're different characters, but I kind of like the way the Powerpuff Girls function as a trio in this as well, similarly.
Nerd.
I really deserve that. Well, tell me a little bit about what this episode is about specifically and why it stood out.
So this episode, Best Rainy Day Adventure Ever, kind of flips the whole ethos and narrative of all of the other Powerpuff Girls episodes, really. Because it is raining outside, the Powerpuff Girls cannot go outside because there's no crime to fight, which I think is actually true. Like, statistically, like when it is raining, there's less crime in the world. I heard that about London. People are also less likely to go out and like protest and riot and things if it's raining. But the girls are inside. It's a rainy day. The narrator goes on about how there's no crime, there's no government, there's no nothing.
I
Nothing
love the line,
happening.
no government today because it's raining.
No government today because it's raining. Huge mood. So yeah, so the girls are inside and they're like, oh, what do we do? We can't do anything. We're so bored. There's nothing to do. Our job is not happening today. We have a day off that we didn't ask for. So yeah, so they're kind of like, let's just pretend to fight crime instead of actually fighting crime, and they choose to not use their superpowers. Normally they just like dash around their house using their kind of like, I don't know, speed of light move, but they decide to reenact their crime fighting day job inside in the comfort of their bedroom. So they start building Townsville, the city of Townsville, out of like, you know, children's ABC building blocks, and dressing up as a giant alligator who's come to destroy Townsville. And they get into a bit of a fight over who's going to be which character. Like, so Buttercup puts on this alligator outfit. Bubbles dresses up as the mayor because he decides he needs to run Townsville. So they're all kind of like figuring out who's who in this make-believe format. It's kind of like be whoever you want to be. So Bubbles dresses up as the mayor. He then picks up the phone, which is the phone that they usually use when the mayor calls them for help, which I've realized in this episode, like, obviously it's just a one-way line. So Bubbles picks up the phone pretending to be the mayor. The mayor answers on the other side, and he's like, Powerpuff Girls, I need to go and save the day. So he kind of, obviously he's so deluded and idiotic, but he then believes that he has to go outside and fight crime and just kind of falls in a puddle of mud, and that's the end of that. So that's quite a funny realization. And after that, they need to figure out who the Powerpuff Girls are going to be because there's only 3 of them and one of them has to be the monster. And no one wants to be Bubbles. So Bubbles gets very upset.
So mean.
Which is really mean. I'm not sure why. I think that Bubbles is like the weakest or something. So Bubbles gets upset, starts crying. Professor runs in and says, what's going on here? And they explain what they're doing, and then he's like, well, I've got loads of work to do, but, you know, I'll see what I can do. So essentially they dress the professor up as such a, like, you know, reluctant girl dad, dress him up in pigtails and a t-shirt like Bubbles is, and then he helps them save the day. So they defeat this giant alligator, but then, as in every episode, there's a creature, but it's kind of like masterminded by one of the main supervillains in the show. So then they're like, who could have set this giant alligator on Townsville? And they go through all of the options, and they decide that Mojo Jojo is the mastermind behind this giant alligator. So Blossom picks up a bucket, puts on her head, gets a cape out, and then decides that she's going to be Mojo Jojo. So then she goes off and she kind of hides in like a makeshift lair, which is basically underneath a sink, and she says, "You both have to come and find me." So then she goes and hides. She's hiding for about 2.5 hours. She comes out, and the other girls had given up like hours ago, and they were like, they're just playing video games. And Blossom is really, really pissed at this because she's like, "Why did you just abandon me?" And I was, I thought we were playing this game. And they're like, "Yeah, yeah, whatever, just playing the video games now, so whatever." And then I think for like what I consider is like the biggest crime you could ever commit against a child,
Yeah.
Blossom goes up to the games console with a kind of like N64 style cartridge and unplugs the cartridge mid-game.
I thought that as well. Biggest crime you
The
can commit
biggest
against a
crime
child.
you can commit, and they're just like, absolutely, like, you would not dare. And she does it, and then they're like, oh my god, this absolute war. So then they finally have this like big boss battle. So Blossom is still pretending to be Mojo Jojo, and the other two are after her. And then they kind of just like shooting some Nerf guns at each other, and just like they're so angry that they start actually using their powers, that they're just like just running after her.
I love that Bubbles of everyone punches Blossom through a wall, and Blossom's like, "Bubbles, I'm not really Mojo Jojo."
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, but you were so convincing." Anyway, so then they all kind of have a real fight inside their house, and then they all kind of fall about laughing, and they've had a great day. And then the sun comes out, and then this whatever they were reenacting in their house becomes the reality in the city of Townsville. So outside you can see that there's like an actual giant alligator that's rocked up that's being masterminded by Mojo Jojo. And they're like, "Oh, do we have to go out and do our job now? We just literally just done this." And that's the episode in a nutshell.
I was so much to unpack there. I love that the girls, when they take on their sort of initial play roles, they'll later to like audition as the villains, basically. But I love that I was thinking about what they take on. Blossom starts to sort of construct the town, and she almost starts to narrate the town's activities a bit like the narrator does. She's almost like the show's organizer. Buttercup predictably takes on the role of the monster because she's just untrammeled anger, basically. It's kind of her role. And I love that, it's a really funny visual gag, Bubbles dresses as the mayor.
Yeah.
I love that she looks a bit like the guy, because she uses her blonde hair to form his moustache, but her head's much smaller, so she looks like the Pringles guy. Just like that moustache that takes up her whole face. I love that she plays the mayor because he's also a kind of oblivious, sweet, not that bright character. It's almost, she just gravitates towards him.
Yeah.
I also love that Blossom dresses as, is it Miss Ballum?
Miss Bellum, yeah.
Miss Bellum, yeah. They kind of unseen, off camera, very busty mayor's secretary.
Yeah.
Which is really fun to see, Blossom stuffing stuff down her shirt.
Yeah, wearing high heels and things. Yeah. So they I think they cover pretty much almost all the characters.
There's a lot in it. Yeah, they have because they get Fuzzy Lumpkin, and you get an impression of Fuzzy Lumpkin. You get an impression of him, which, if anyone who's not seen the Powerpuff Girls, him, I think, remains one of the most terrifying villains I've seen in anything. I remember even as a teenager watching it on Cartoon Network with Matt and just going, "Whoa, this is much more disturbing than it should be." Him's a really weird, ambiguous character, isn't he?
Him is very, very abstract, very, very kind of, I don't know, surrealist, evil character. It's got one kind of, got just big crab claws and dresses in kind of like this Rocky Horror drag, and has got this like really like soothingly evil voice. Yeah. And just kind of has a lot of superpowers himself. I think he's quite a powerful character. It's
like sexually ambiguous Satan.
Yeah,
but
pretty much.
But he does like the guttural voice as well. Which is actually absolutely terrifying. I think the camp voice terrifies me more than the guttural voice, actually. They're both scary.
This wafty kind of like key changing evil voice.
And I love that Mojo Jojo, although he's not actually in this episode, Blossom does a really funny impression of him and his weird speech patterns. Yeah. And I love, actually, it's a really nice touch that I got on this rewatch, because I've watched it twice now. I love that at the end, the rain goes away, the sun comes out again, and there is a giant alligator attacking Townsville, and it is sent by Mojo Jojo. So they've, by play acting, have kind of almost like prophesized what was about to happen to Townsville. The plays kind of escaped their playroom, I think they're such a fantastic trio and such an interesting dynamic between them. I thought the thing with arguing over who wants to be Bubbles as well, because she is kind of more of a passive character, and she is the sugar and spice. And I think that struck me as really true to both probably male and female players. Like, there tends to be arguments about that kind of embodiment of imagination, doesn't there, about who you're going to be, which iconic characters you're going to take on, and who's the kind of quote-unquote lame one, who's the one that you don't want to be. Yeah. I remember conversations like that about the Power Rangers and things like that.
Yeah, I think in the Powerpuff Girls overall, Bubbles is very like sweet and kind of like, let's say, like the weakest in brackets, but she does offer things that the others don't kind of allow which is more like she can speak to animals. She's much kinder. She's more empathetic. She makes friends more easily with other people that the other girls don't really do that. So she kind of brings in different elements that are unique to her.
I think again with shows that do the intro recap in the theme music, it's just so good, isn't it? So artfully done. You have like the main strident Powerpuff Girls film theme, which is Blossom, I guess, and then you have the kind of like, is it like glockenspiel of Bubbles variant on it? And then you get the rock guitars coming in for Buttercup. That actually really reminded me of, we were mocking, because they are kind of ridiculous movies, the 2017 Wonder Woman with Gal Gadot in it. They do the same thing. They have the Wonder Woman theme coming on rock guitars, and in live action it's kind of a bit too silly for them to get away with it. But in this it works really well. It's just a distillation of what they're all about. So that's really well done. Do you know that do you know what the name of the Powerpuff Girls was when it was in development?
You told me this, and I've forgotten. It's something like it's similar, but what is it like?
The pilot of the Powerpuff Girls, when Craig McCracken was developing it, was called Whoop-Ass Stew, and they were known as the Whoop-Ass Girls.
Whoop-Ass Girls, yeah.
And apparently Cartoon Network wanted to change them.
I can't say ass in front of children.
Yeah, but I love. It's funny though, isn't it? Because there is a fun level. I wouldn't say it's above and beyond like other cartoons of the era, but there is like a level of violence in Powerpuff Girls, cartoon violence, where there is quite a lot of fighting, and even in this, there's quite a lot of play fighting, and Bubbles exceeds her like pretend power range, and you get these are quite dangerous people. They also had that gag as well, didn't they? Like where they like beat Mojo Jojo up, and you start to see like bits of his exposed brain and stuff.
It's pretty violent. Like it's they don't really hold back from it, but also the Powerpuff Girls get pretty beaten up, and they fall from incredible heights. And in this episode, they also kind of pretend to be like fighting the alligator, and like two of them go down and they roll on the floor, and they're like, "Oh no, I'm going down!" And then they need Bubbles to come and save the day. But yeah, they get horrifically beaten up and then like crushed by like, I don't know, Godzilla feet and all sorts of like massive rocks in reality when they're doing other episodes. It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah, it's not kind of it doesn't shy away from that side of like superhero fantasy, I think, and also child interaction, which can get pretty roughhousey. I thought, it is a very sweet show though, and I thought them. I've mentioned the theme tune before. Later on in the episode, when they're flying in as the Powerpuff Girls in their present scenario, they start to sing the theme tune themselves.
Yeah,
and when they're doing their choo choo thing as well. Like,
they're like choo choo to reenact them, kind of like zooming around and using their powers. It's very cute. It's really sweet. I think it's a really fresh take on the recipe that is every single episode that they bring out. So I think this is nice to kind of like see it from the other side and pretend play. I used to play a lot of like be whoever you want to be with my best friends, and it's always like fun to just kind of imagine you could be like any supervillain in the world, or you could be any kind of like good guy, bad guy. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great, and I think it has that sisterly but also just child play dynamic thing of, you have these people, these are the people you kind of waste time with, and they're terribly important, but you inhabit these imaginary universes together, but you have to negotiate a little bit. I remember playing in the playground, and you did have to kind of work it out a little bit. You almost had to have little mini treaties about what you were going to do now, when all you had was your imagination, and a park bench or a tree or a wall, basically, and you had made all these imaginary scenarios.
Yeah, exactly.
There's something joyfully nostalgic about that.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the term bottle episode when it comes to talking about television?
No, what's that?
Bottle episode tends to mean, and it's always with live action shows for obvious reasons, an episode that's like, it's almost like a ship in a bottle. It's set inside an enclosed space, often with just one or two cast members, and it's almost always done to save money.
Okay.
It's often done in TV shows where they've spent too much of the budget already for that season, and they need to like get another episode count out, and often those episodes end up being amongst fan favourites. I'm thinking of things like Rimmer and Lister and Red Dwarf stranded on a planet together. There's a very famous one in Breaking Bad, which is just Walt and Jesse kind of talking to each other in an enclosed laboratory.
Okay.
They often end up as fan favourites because they tend to be just character pieces. In that you can almost go back to theatre and just kind of have those characters talk about stuff that's been coming up. And that I love the idea that the Powerpuff Girls, obviously there are ways cartoons can save money, but I like the way that the Powerpuff Girls doesn't have to do a bottle episode. No. You can animate whatever, but this kind of is a bottle episode by stealth,
Yeah, they don't need to do much in terms of overall animation, but maybe I'm wrong, maybe nothing about it really, but it's just kind of like a very simple, like drawn cartoon. It's not anything elaborate.
I also like the idea of, I guess it's like part of the innate joke of this episode is like the Powerpuff Girls have this phenomenally interesting life, but it is kind of a day job.
Yeah.
But they like doing it. They have a passion for it.
Yeah, they enjoy it. They're kind of like, starts the episode with Buttercup being really annoyed because she can't like go outside and do what she does like every other day.
It's almost like the rain demotes them to being real girls.
Yeah, like actual normal girls who would just be playing in their bedroom on a rainy day. So
But they sort of have to work out how to do that,
Yeah.
and like how they can do that safely and stuff, because I guess they've never really had to. They've just been like fighting crime since they came out, basically.
Yeah.
But I love that kind of inverting that power dynamic and having the professor have like a little cameo and basically being quite busy, but like being a good dad to the extent that he comes in and tries,
Yeah, he's a very good dad. He's super grumpy about having to fill in for this imaginary playtime because he says it's not very important. But he's like, oh, do I have to do this thing? And they're like, so he goes, fly, 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 pow, bye, bye, bye. He runs out of the room and
Gets
he's like,
back to
right,
work.
done with this rubbish. And they're all gleeful about that.
Yeah, no, I just love it. I think it's just such a charming bit of television, and it's so nostalgic about like the way play actually works as a kid, and about this cartoon that you saw when you were much younger.
Yeah.
And I just think it's an amazing piece of television. I'm really glad you suggested it.
Thank you very much. Well, but yeah, it's one of my favorites for sure.
Yeah, I enjoyed it so much. I was going to ask, as I've asked all the guests, firstly, if there's an episode of the Powerpuff Girls that also sticks out in your mind as being particularly affectionate or particularly outstanding, and then of course you get the choice, like everyone else has, to just talk about any other episode of anything that you find remarkable or interesting. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yes. So I was having a think about this, and there's an episode which I think is called Super Friends, which features this little girl who is like the Powerpuff Girls' neighbor. She moves into the house next door. She's called Robin, and she's just like a brown-haired girl and just kind of yellow t-shirt or something. And she's really sweet. And she's initially kind of like quite shocked that the Powerpuff Girls have like superpowers, but then she kind of accepts them quite quickly. And she really likes them. Like Bubbles. Bubbles is actually the first person who makes friends with her, and they start like playing together, like as normal neighborly girls would. But then because the Powerpuff Girls always have to go off and fight crime, then it leaves no time for them to actually hang out. So she gets kind of sad. She's a bit lonely, and she's got no neighbor girls who can spend time with her. And then along comes was it Princess? I think the supervillain girl who's kind of same height as the Powerpuff Girls.
Oh, I remember her. Yeah.
Yeah, she's kind of like a kind of spoiled brat who really wants to have the Powerpuff Girls like superpowers, but money can't buy that essentially. So so what she does is that she kind of uses Robin to kind of commit some crimes so that she could kind of steal some superpowers. I haven't seen this episode for a while, but I was just reading up about it before. And then they see through it and they're like, oh, it wasn't, Robin's not Robin's fault. It's your fault. Princess is behind all this and stuff like that. So I really liked that episode because it's kind of like nice, like kind of quite sweet. They can have an actual friend apart from themselves. So you get to see them interacting with another person. There's quite a funny line in it, which I remember remembering from the time, is that the professor is talking to Robin. She's kind of like, I think, asking about like how they got superpowers and what happened. And, he was like, oh, it's just kind of like, a bit of an accident. And she was like, oh, cool. I was an accident too. and the professor was like, oh my God. And it's just kind of like a rare adult insert into that like show. I can't remember many other episodes where there's like a really obvious like adult joke in there. So yeah, her conception was also like an accident. Her parents had told her that in the same way that the Powerpuff Girls knew that they were just like a laboratory accident.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really funny. So I really like that. I think that's a sweet episode.
And if you were to pick an episode of any other show at all to talk about, what would that be?
I was trying to think about this too, and obviously it'd be a bit of a cop-out if I chose any episode of South Park or Doctor Who, so I'm not going to pick any of those. I was thinking about this. I'm not like a huge like TV nerd like you are, but
Second time you called me a nerd on this same episode.
Yup, get used to it.
I am.
But a show that I really enjoyed watching came out 20 years ago is Lost, and I think that I watched the box set of that. I think my first boyfriend gave me the box set to watch on my mum's laptop, so I had to borrow her laptop. And I thought that show was really brilliant. I really enjoyed the first season especially. I think it's in the pilot episode where they arrive on the island and there's this kind of like mysterious like force, and all these people who've kind of crashed in this plane crash arrive on this island, and there's this mysterious like smoke monster that is there, and it's really like foreboding, and they don't know what's going on, they don't know where they are, they figuring out who who's who and meeting each other for the first time.
That pilot is pretty great.
Yeah, I think it's won quite a lot of awards. I'm like I really love anything with kind of like weird temples or like jungle islands or like the dynamic between the characters is really fantastic. So I think in terms of things that I've kind of watched, it ticks a lot of boxes for me. There's like mystery, there's like a weird monster, there's like this kind of powerful force. The island is like messing with them. Apparently the smoke monster can kind of scan memories and manipulate the environment that they're in and things. So it's like, yeah, there's so much confusion and mystery, and then the characters build up from there, really. I remember there being some sort of like secret like Dharma elements going on where they've uncovered some tech on the island and and labs and things, what's going on with that. So yeah, I think that's what came to mind initially.
Do you remember that first series? Quite a lot of it's about like what's in the hatch.
Yeah, in the hatch, yeah.
They found that hatch.
Yeah.
I remember that cliffhanger.
And they finally managed to open it up and it's like, oh my God, what's in the hatch? Yeah, things like that. So it's like, it ticks all the boxes for me. I don't know. It's very good. It's very strong.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I saw the pilot and a few other episodes, and I'm a bit vague almost, but it comes up over and over again as something that people, I think, particularly kind of our age and in between, got really obsessed with, and kind of became almost one of those great page turner type shows.
Yeah, it was very gripping, and I haven't seen it for about 20 years, and I'm pretty sure I haven't seen all of it. I think I skipped through to like the last season because I was like, I can't be bothered to watch the rest of it in the middle. I get very intimidated by TV shows that have too many seasons in them and too many episodes per season because I really do not have much time in my life to watch all of this rubbish. So, but yeah, that was the first. I watched the first 2 seasons for sure, and then wanted to find out much later what the hell happened.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think that's a really good one to mention. Stands out. Thanks, Olivia.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Stokowski! Mr. Stokowski! Just wanted to offer my congratulations, sir.
Congratulations to you, Mickey.
Ah, gee, thanks. Well, I gotta run now. So long.
I'm really glad we're going to do this next segment because when I started recording these specials a few weeks ago, I was kind of umming and ahhing whether to put myself into the picture in a way, because I kind of, it's just been so much fun talking with everyone about these different episodes and about their TV passions. And obviously I'm a bit of a TV nerd, as you may have noticed, and just yeah, it's kind of unavoidable. And I was wondering right till the sort of recent weeks whether I was going to do one. But then when I got to talk to you about the Powerpuff Girls and realised we were going to do that, I thought it'd be a nice thing to just kind of flip it around, and kind of talk at least briefly about something that I'm passionate about. And I should say for purists, I think there's been a few of these in this series, but it's a kind of cheat because you could argue whether it's an episode of television. I kind of encountered it largely as an episode of television, a cartoon on television and on video when I was a kid. But it was obviously released as a theatrical short. It's technically a short film, I guess. It's from a piece of pop culture that we don't really experience very much anymore. And thanks for joining me to talk about it. Do you want to introduce what it is that you'll be talking to me about?
So you have chosen your episode, which is the Warner Brothers cartoon featuring Bugs Bunny called Long-Haired Hare. Tell me about that episode. And why you like it.
Yeah, I think I was making some grandiose claims when I was talking to you in the pub yesterday about this being my basic thesis summary for this might be one of the best cartoons ever made, if not the best cartoon. Let me try and unpack that a little bit. You've heard me rhapsodize about the Roadrunner cartoons before, and obviously there's a whole episode of the EscapeGoat podcast about those. And whilst I stick to the fact that they are kind of a uniquely perfect thing, to the extent they're bored about that for England, but they are so tied to the physics of this cartoon universe, and they're fascinating, and they're largely, silent, wordless, so they have an art to them like that, an elegance, I guess you'd say. Obviously, Bugs Bunny is the most iconic character of the Warner Brothers Golden Age, of the Looney Tunes Golden Age, and Long-Haired Hare. It's actually I read. I was doing a fair bit of Wikipedia rabbit holing the other day, and I found out that this is actually the 60th Bugs Bunny cartoon. It's only 49. Like, Bugs Bunny's not a hugely storied character. He's been around for like a sort of decade and a half, something like that, in kind of oddly troubling proto-Bugs form. It's always weird when you see a cartoon character where they've kind of perfected the design and then you see the early version, with like early Family Guy, early Simpsons.
Yeah, it's very off-putting.
It's very, very weird, isn't it? And Bugs kind of evolves, like you see Daffy evolve, and Mel Blanc, obviously we'll talk about Mel Blanc as the voice actor, he perfects his stuff. 49, Long-Haired Hare. So this is a theatrical short in 1949, so it's a bit post-war. It's also 9 years after Fantasia, Disney's Fantasia, which will be important. And it's also, and I didn't realise this until looking it up, it's about 9 years before What's Opera Doc, So that's actually quite a late, I guess this is like the middle of the golden age of Looney Tunes, basically. You know, What's Opera Doc is the very tail end and is brilliant as well and engages with classical music. And I think that's relevant to mention. This comes in 49, and I think one of the reasons it's brilliant is it's a rebuke to Fantasia. It's a rebuke to Disney in general. It's obviously got things to say about like the interaction between popular music and classical music. And Long-Haired Hare, I didn't get that as a joke when I was a kid. I thought it was kind of a strange title for this. Long hair is apparently a 40s slang term for a classical music fan, and I think especially with the implication that you're a classical music snob. I mean, they sort of tend to go together, don't they? Still, we kind of think of classical music fans in this day and age as, potentially at least snobbish and pompous. And Bugs is able to deflate that. Obviously, that's kind of what the whole cartoon's about. But I definitely think it's aimed at Disney. And when we talk about Leopold Stokowski in a bit more detail, that comes into it too.
So what actually happens in the episode for people who haven't seen it?
Yeah, so it's a classic Bugs Bunny short. It is Bugs being very annoying to someone at length and then deciding that for the crime of being annoyed by Bugs Bunny, he needs to die. It's a revenge narrative, but it's a clown revenge narrative. Bugs is playing his banjo. He's playing some popular songs. He's playing stuff that would annoy most people, let alone a classical music snob. And then we meet our, I guess, antagonist. We could argue about the morality of this. I think Looney Tunes just have super interesting morality in general. We meet Giovanni Jones. I think I at first saw the credit, and this, like many Warner Brothers classics, is directed by Chuck Jones, and I was like, oh, is that just a joke about Chuck Jones and like the maestro that is Chuck Jones? I think it's also a joke, at least also a joke about Carmen Jones, which was, I actually had to look this up. The film of Carmen Jones, which is quite famous, wasn't out yet, but the Broadway show, which was a Oscar Hammerstein thing, that was out. So it's partly a joke about Carmen Jones. He's a pompous windbag who is practicing his opera singing. I should say on this rewatch, because it's years since I've seen a complete cartoon, he's actually not that objectionable. He's kind of doing his own thing. You could argue that they're both trying to play and enjoy their own music, and Bugs is happy to coexist with this guy. This guy is not happy to coexist with Bugs. You could argue that's objectionable. But he's kind of minding his own business in the privacy of his own home. He's like Bugs is sitting in the open air. He's in his house. I noticed that it's also quite a fancy house, like a sort of modernist house, with a swimming pool. It's got that element. And I think Bugs is interesting, actually, because I would never claim to know all the nuance of kind of the character as he would have appeared to like 1940s Americans watching him in the cinema. But he's definitely working class coded. He's got the thick Bronx accent. He's not a fancy person, is he? He's got that kind of knavery associated with a working class person, pinpricking the snobbery of this classical music fan. You could argue to death, and we will a bit, I think, about whether Giovanni Jones deserves the fate that is given to him in this. But it's basically kind of a 2-act thing, isn't it? The first act of the thing is about Bugs being very annoying and getting, Giovanni then beats Bugs up essentially, gets revenge on him, and then Bugs. I think it's one of the most famous Bugs Bunny lines, and I think it occurs in many other cartoons. I'm not sure if this is the first one where it occurs, but he sort of ends the first act, in a sense, by saying, of course this means war. And the second act of the war takes place at a concert hall, which I think is pretty much explicitly meant to be the Hollywood Bowl, where Giovanni is having his big night, and that's where Bugs gets his revenge fairly thoroughly, I would say. That's the basic structure.
There's a part where he calls him a music hater. Do you think opera singers are inherently haters of music, or they hate every other piece of music apart from their own? I
think it's a really good joke, isn't it? It's just, Bugs thinks that the music he's playing is, which are these like kind of annoying, I guess we call them earworms now, like kind of radio ditties. Some of the stuff he's playing is quite contemporary to the 40s. Some of it's a bit older. Some of it's like music hall from the 1890s.
Which instruments does he work out in this episode?
He's got a banjo. He uses a sousaphone to annoy him at one point, which I had to look up as well.
Is that what I thought it was a tuba?
Yeah, I think it says it's a sousaphone on Wikipedia, but you can. I would have said it was a tuba. He's using instruments which are very annoying. Like they're quite intrusive instruments.
The middle one he uses is a harp, which I think is the most pleasant, let's say. Right?
I laughed out loud when he had the harp. There's just a sort of joy about cartoon characters of this age just having the things to hand.
Yeah.
There's a joke later on in this, right near the climax, which is brilliant. We could talk about where it's actually quite reminiscent of the Acme deliveries of the Roadrunner cartoons. You can just get things to hand by mail delivery. The sort of miracle of mid-20th century procurement. Yeah. But I love that Bugs just has them. I kind of want to talk more about Bugs Bunny later in this as a character, but I love that he is essentially a chaos god. He can just produce things, whenever he needs them to be annoying. But the harp made me laugh out loud.
Obviously, it's like you mentioned, like Roadrunner is super surrealist, and there are just all these like impossible like physics conundrums that are just being set and happening all over the place. Which one of the, which part of the kind of revenge, the surrealist revenge, have you enjoyed the most in this episode?
That's a great question. I love that. What parts of the surrealist revenge did you enjoy the most? Well, I like that. So as a kid, I would have seen this cartoon when I was about 4 or something, and then watched it several times, particularly when I was in single digits, and then I've revisited it throughout my years. Like that occasionally when we have late nights in our flat and stuff, we're entertaining, we'll like go into sort of cartoon mode and we'll watch like favorite cartoon clips and bits of cartoons on YouTube. And I've, in isolation, have played the kind of last, 3.5 minutes of this cartoon many times, and you've seen that at the end of that. It was kind of interesting actually for me to watch it in the whole cartoon and remember that that's not even the whole of the second act. That's the culmination of Bugs' vengeance. But I mean, you can't beat Leopold. I mean, that bit is one of the best bits. I mean, it's the best bit of the cartoon, and it's one of the best bits of Looney Tunes Golden Age, I think, and it's the best culmination of one of these cartoons. It has a climax, I'd say, even greater than any Roadrunner cartoon, which is hard to beat. I actually really love when Giovanni smashes Bugs' banjo. I was going to say it's quite a basic joke. I don't know if it is really, because he smashes it to bits, and then he takes all the bits and puts them in the, I don't know what you call it, like the bowl, the drum of the banjo.
Yeah.
And he puts it very neatly there, carries them over to Bugs, tips them all the bits out on the ground, and then just smashes the drum over his head, which it's just such a weird bit of fastidious cleaning up, almost like a misdirection of what you're about to do to someone.
Yeah, that was a bit funny.
So that's one of my favourite moments. I also as part of the second act, we talk about Leopold, but there's another bit of dressing up. Bugs does his like drag thing, and the specific drag thing he's doing is he's being. Have you ever heard the phrase Bobby Soxer?
No, what's that?
It's basically, I'm trying to think what it would be. It kind of means fangirl. It was like 40s slang, and I guess there's a bit of kind of like groupie. It's like almost a polite way of saying groupie. But when Bugs is dressed up as this like female fan wanting an autograph with a stick of dynamite as the pen, the two people he name checks are Frank and Perry. He basically says like, I like you more than Frank and Perry. He means Frank Sinatra and Perry Como.
Okay.
And they were the pre-rock and roll heartthrobs of the era. So these are like sexy young guys who all the girls would like, and that's Bugs' excuse to do drag. What do you and to turn it around briefly on you, like what do you think about Bugs as a drag character? Because I think that's an interesting bit of chaos, especially when you talk about the sort of relatively straight-laced 40s 50s.
What do I think about him as a drag character?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we've watched drag shows recently where drag can almost be seen as like an attack mode, like a weapon, and I feel like that's kind of how Bugs uses it. He uses it to further flummox his opponents.
I think it's just a kind of staple of those cartoons, isn't it? They just suddenly, if they decide to be in drag or dress as the opposite sex, suddenly no one recognizes who the hell they are. So it's more of a kind of like, I'd say, a technique rather than just like I don't know if it's full kind of like drag. It's just kind of this impersonation. It's almost just very like Shakespearean switch, right? So like suddenly you're this unrecognizable like female character, and it's like, oh no, you've been male all along, and no one knew. How did they not know?
Yeah.
So it's more of a technique, I think, employed in a lot of these cartoons where they suddenly have to like, in order to manipulate the other, you have to dress in a different way. Where they kind of like have all of that happening in like Pepe Le Pew all the time, and I think all of the cartoons actually.
Yeah, it's all throughout them, isn't it? There's even a bit of drag in Roadrunner where one of the Coyote's more desperate ploys is to dress up as a female Roadrunner.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is really funny.
It's often used in Warner Brothers cartoons and the Looney Tunes specifically. So
yeah, I've seen people refer to Bugs as a kind of queer icon because he does so much gender bending, and but I think there is a more fundamental joke about. I was going to just refer to Bugs as a master of disguise. To the extent that he's a low-key prankster, he kind of is. But one of the funny things about it is they're never convincing. They're never convincing disguises because he's a rabbit. You know? So I was thinking of that actually. It's even part of the reason the end is so funny is that all he has to do. He doesn't even tell anyone that he's Leopold Stokowski. He walks in a suit jacket. And with hair, like with his ears down, basically to make it look like Leopold Stokowski's hair, and everyone starts muttering Leopold, Leopold, and so he doesn't even have to lie.
No,
he just walks in like not looking anything really beyond the superficial.
No, it's just with the confidence. You can walk into anywhere with confidence and in a good dress, and everyone will believe you. Like it's funny what you're saying about he starts kind of working class and just like strumming his banjo on a hill, and then he goes all the way to being like the most elite, like of the elite musicians, composers, and conductors ever.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge part of why the revenge is so thrilling, basically, is that Bugs Bunny is the kind of like an outsider. He is like a sort of, I mean, you sometimes see him living in his rabbit hole, but he's essentially like this sort of like homeless wanderer, basically, who doesn't need any of these class statuses. He's more powerful than any of this. But you see in this that he can just effortlessly infiltrate these circles. He can not just be at the opera, he can be conducting the opera and controlling with his arm the voice, apart from anything else. He steals his voice, controls his voice, and that's the method of his destruction. But he can also just control everything. He can control reality. He can leave his hand hanging in the air. He can. This is child's play for him. And I think in this you almost get the sense of Bugs Bunny as this bored god. Like he's fine to just hang out. He's fine to just play the banjo and just be in the open air. But if someone entertains him enough, almost with their attempts to control him, he will just casually destroy them. That'll become his weekend, basically. That's his hobby.
But he gave them 3 strikes, right? So he had like three opportunities for this person to like stop kind of annoying him and while he's just doing his thing, right? So it was like 3 strikes and you're out. And then you're right, like his revenge is so like effortless. He's like, oh, well, he's pissed me off 3 times. Yeah, I'm going to go and have to kill him.
This means war. It's funny you say that 3 times thing, actually, because that's a bit like fairy tale, isn't it? I was sort of talking about Bugs as a god. It is like the morality tale. It's like these gods, and often like, I guess to be, I mean, this is super pretentious anyway, everything I'm saying is super pretentious, but the sort of pagan pantheon, they're often not very nice people. They're not that sort of god, they're not very benevolent. They don't have your best interests at heart, but they often will kind of play by some sort of rules. You get the same thing with genies, people want their myths to have rules to an extent, and I think Bugs is that kind of guy, like if this guy wasn't a intolerant, grumpy arsehole, if they found a way to live and let live, he probably would let him go. We'll never see that version of events, but but he does give him the test, and then he's on his turf. And I think there's also just something so thoroughly satisfying about revenge when it takes it into their house, when it takes it into their territory where they're meant to be the powerful one, where they're literally meant to be the big star, the big diva, and you just walk in, Bugs walks in and just goes, none of that matters to me.
What do you think the moral of this story is?
That's maybe the question I was dreading the most. I don't know. I think Looney Tunes cartoons are fascinating. I think the Looney Tunes iconic characters are fascinating to talk about what they represent and what they might be, apart from just wonderful comic creations. I think there's definitely quite a lot to do with class in there. I think there's a lot to do with pricking pomposity. There's a lot to do with Looney Tunes themselves being, they were known as like, merry melodies. Like they're the ultimate popular form of art. You're watching them in the cinema, mass audience. They're joking around. They're made with a great deal of artistry, as I'm sure I've just appreciated more and more over the years. What great works of art they are. But they're also for I guess I like Barton Fink here. They're for the common man, and woman. They're not high art. They're not meant to be. They're meant to be, a mass audience for cheap prices, shown as B features essentially. Not even B features, warm up acts before this kind of variety showcase, I guess, that was going to the cinema in the 40s and 50s. And to the extent that this personifies or amplifies all those ideas of Looney Tunes, it is. I want to get back to Fantasia. Disney had pretensions. Walt Disney had pretensions, but the Disney Corporation had pretensions of bringing classical music to the masses, of showcasing this thing that wasn't meant to be for the masses, but actually it could be for the masses. And that's an admirable pretension, you could argue. You could argue the Disney Corporation was trying to do something good, and I love Fantasia to bits. But Warner Brothers and Looney Tunes and Mel Blanc and Chuck Jones are arguably saying, you don't need to do any of that. We're already on top. Like, this is not. We're winning, and that's the end of it. I should say one of the reasons I brought up Fantasia is Leopold Stokowski is in Fantasia.
Oh, really?
He was already a superstar conductor. So Fantasia comes out in 1940. During the war or before the war for America, which is an interesting time of things for things to come out. But he was a superstar. He was iconic. He famously preferred not to use a baton to conduct, which is why when Bugs comes in as Leopold, he takes the baton, looks at it, with disdain and snaps it in half. I don't know if Leopold ever did that, but it's the sort of thing you can imagine him doing, and it sort of further strengthens his status as Leopold. But in Fantasia, Leopold Stokowski is often seen in silhouette. He is kind of iconic. Mickey Mouse runs up to him, has like a little word in his ear at one point, makes a little cameo. But Mickey Mouse is respectful. He's sort of observant of the status that Leopold has. He sort of tugs on to be heard on his thing, like just talks to him for a little bit, and then runs off stage again. And that's the nearest that Leopold Stokowski comes to interacting with Mickey Mouse. This is almost Bugs Bunny in this doesn't. attack Leopold Stokowski, but he embodies him, takes over his persona, shows no respect for him whatsoever. I guess you could say it's a certain respect if you think someone's famous enough to caricature them like that and use them as a vessel for your revenge. But, I like it. Just, there's a certain way of here that Looney Tunes, in its pomp, at its height, is also thumbing its nose at Disney a little bit, and I love that. So I should say, when Bugs shows up at the Hollywood Bowl, and I actually read up today that the Hollywood Bowl was associated with Leopold Stokowski. He'd given some concerts there. It was kind of like almost like a signature venue, and I guess a very iconic mid-20th century venue as well in general in American culture. I love that Bugs starts on the roof. You pan up and you see him on the roof, and he tests it for acoustics. This is short-term a way to mess around with Giovanni, to vibrate him off the stage, basically, into the orchestra pit. But he says, perfect acoustics. He, like Bugs comments on that. And I've just realised it's a brilliant piece of setup, because he's like, if you see him as an evil genius, he's just testing it. He's getting the climax prepared, even as he starts messing with him. He's like, I can take this further. And that's another reason why the Leopold climax is so great, because he comes in, he's masterfully surveys, he takes control of Giovanni through just the force of will of his hand and of the conductor and what the conductor means to a singer. You can see like Giovanni's adjusting his bow tie. He wants to impress Leopold. This is important to him because Bugs has taken on this disguise, and he's utterly at his mercy as a result. Bugs uses the universe and uses his own voice to torture him, essentially. He drives him crazy. He forces him to do all the registers, and laughably, all the hand gestures are funny in their own right. Then I love that, it's really on when Bugs rolls up his sleeves, cracks his knuckles, and then goes for the high note, and his hand is just hanging there in the air, just absolutely forcing Giovanni to wreck himself by holding this note for as long as possible. And I've mentioned before the Acme delivery kind of thing, just the great gag where Bugs finds it a bit much. He just finds the noise a bit much, so he leaves his glove hanging in the air. And it would just, by cartoon magic, walks out. I think writes a letter, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That goes off. He gets delivered the headphones.
He literally posts it, and then postman turns up immediately afterwards. Yeah.
Gets his earmuffs, puts them on, walks back into the chamber. You get that great bit where the door opens and you suddenly get the full force music again.
Yeah.
Best soundproofing ever.
Yeah.
And then he just effortlessly slips his hand back into his glove and carries on torturing him and brings it down. And then when the whole thing's down, he's getting rapturous applause. Giovanni somehow steps from the rubble to also take the applause, and Bugs just can't have that. Looks over at him, notices that there's a rock hanging in what remains of the rafters of the Hollywood Bowl. It's just post-apocalyptic wreckage.
Yeah.
And just raises it out once more. Giovanni finishes off his own demise. Off screen, he's crushed by a rock. And then Bugs Bunny just perfectly plays Good Evening Friends, which is like a little music hall ditty. He's gone back to the popular banjo stuff. He doesn't care. He raises his eyebrows at the audience as the iris out on the Merry Melodies, That's All, folks. And I just think that's perfect. There's just nothing I would change about that climax.
And what's your opinion on opera?
I'm I think probably fairly typical of someone from a lower middle class background, where I sort of, you'll have heard me sort of jokingly say that certain things in society, golf and classical music and things like that are kind of for a later date. I'm almost deferring them to this imagined, I guess, retirement or twilight age I might have, where I have time to get into these things that are a little bit more, if I'm honest, intimidating. And I think probably quite a lot of people treat it like that. That a lot, obviously it's more than possible to be of working class origin or low middle class origin and get into these things and appreciate them and study them. It requires study, it requires rigour, and I haven't put any of that into it. And I think to the extent which I experience classical music, it often is quite popular classical music. It's often stuff that other people recommend, but it is also things like the popularisation and I guess you sort of boulderisation that Disney and Warner Brothers were doing here. I know a lot of classical music through cartoons and through references, and I know Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony largely because it was in Fantasia and because it's then parodied by The Simpsons, and I would like to know more about opera and I would like to experience more of it, but it's fair to say that's still mostly on the ambition pile for me.
Because in this episode, they specifically choose songs from Figaro, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know, is one of the most famous operas constantly touring around the world.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And I guess it's to that extent, partly, not just because of this, it is one that I kind of know tunes from as well. And I suppose, Mozart is, I was joking about earworms before, in terms of the classical music canon, Mozart's one of those people, isn't he? You'll know bits of Mozart, even if you think you don't, basically. You'll have to hum along to them and you'll recognise them. And They embody. It's funny actually because Marriage of Figaro, from what I know of it, because I've seen versions on TV and everything, it is quite mischievous. It's quite puckish, and a lot of opera is. It's quite opera, although it's become a kind of pompous class associated medium in our society now. It obviously was the popular theatre and entertainment of its day, and there's loads of clowning in opera. There's loads of status-based jokes. There's loads of Bugs Bunny equivalents in opera. So it's become. That's interesting, actually, isn't it? You could say that what we're doing here is, or at least what I'm doing, is way too seriously discussing a Looney Tunes cartoon. That's almost become part of the classical canon now. In terms of animation, like, you have to respect Bugs Bunny. You have to respect what they did in the Looney Tunes cartoons. And I'm talking about it now, 70 years on from this cartoon? More than 70 years on from this cartoon, as this respected cultural totem for me. And I'm arguably falling into the same trap that Bugs Bunny is saying we're doing with classical music. This is not meant to be remote and pretentious. This is meant to be for the masses,
Well, that's because you're a film student.
Unavoidably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I love that you've chosen to talk about a Bugs Bunny cartoon on Easter Monday.
Yeah, it's for the listeners, me and Olivia are currently wearing bunny ears because we were out last night at the pub that was giving them out, and we
Free
thought
bunny ears.
Yeah, we thought it was appropriate. So just to show you we're not taking ourselves like super, super seriously.
Okay.
Ish.
And if you could play any super annoying instrument, which one would you pick?
Kazoo.
And
I can.
Although, kazoo, you can anyone can pick up a kazoo and make it annoying. But what if you could learn an instrument that was annoying?
I don't know. I think I guess stringed instruments they're easy to be annoying when you don't know how to play them well. But I think that just means I would be annoying someone by not playing it well. I think maybe something like a trumpet.
Trumpet?
Yeah, trumpet. Because we have a balcony where we live, and I think like me going out every morning onto the balcony and playing Bugs Bunny tunes on the some of his favourites on the balcony. That would be a good way to get me into a fight with our neighbours.
Love that for us. Fabulous. Obviously, you've had a big think about all the episodes you could have chosen for your favourite ever from any series. But what would be your second favourite kind of Bugs cartoon that you would have picked if you didn't pick this one?
Bugs cartoon specifically, that's tough. Well, actually, I'm glad you've given me the opportunity to just briefly talk about What's Opera Doc, because as I say, I was surprised when I saw that it was quite far away, because I think in terms of, that comes out in, I think it's 58, but that skewers Fantasia as well. And people have talked about how What's Opera Doc is a distillation of Wagner. I think it basically, I've actually heard the classical music fans say it summarises Wagner's Ring Cycle like in about, I think the cut is about 12 minutes long, better than it should have any right to. It gets like so much music into it and so many like excerpts from it and movements, and you kind of get a sense of the whole thing in a way that even classical music snobs think is kind of remarkable. And I think equally, I'd say there's more visually in What's Opera Doc that parodies Fantasia as well, some of the stylings and sort of cod sort of classicism of what they're doing in the cartoon with Elmer and everything like that. I mean, it's always great whenever you put any of these characters with each other. That's one of the reasons the sort of duck season, rabbit season cartoons are so amusing, is that Bugs and Daffy are a great pair, and I think they're great cartoon characters themselves, but they arguably become better with each other because you can contrast them. I've said before, like Bugs Bunny is kind of a luck god and Daffy Duck is a bad luck god. So then I think when they realised that was a perfect way to do it. But I'm going to say What's Opera Doc because it is brilliant and it's equally memorable, and like I can hum almost all of What's Opera Doc like through in a way that I can hum some of the bits of this and stuff. But I think it pairs with this so nicely that if you watch both of these, you kind of get the thesis statement from Warner Brothers against, I guess, or after Fantasia. And they're a great pair for that.
And to kind of broaden that question out a bit more, obviously you mentioned like Bugs Bunny's narrowed it kind of down quite a lot, but like let's say all of Looney Tunes, what would you have chosen instead of this episode if you could broaden that perspective? I know it's difficult.
I think I mean it would. I guess you could do like is it like One Froggy Evening? The classic with the frog that's singing in the box. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
There you go.
And that's iconic, and it's a standalone. But I think as people who listen to, I think it's episode 12, I think, of the EscapeGoat podcast now, I'm a huge Roadrunner fan. So it'd probably be one of the golden age, like first 10 Roadrunner cartoons. Roadrunner cartoons start this year, by the way, in 49. They start the same year as Long-Haired Hare comes out.
Okay.
So we talk about some of those cartoons in that. So maybe somewhere in the first 10 runs of Roadrunner, you can't go wrong, really.
Yeah, amazing. And what other episode from any other series would you have chosen for this episode?
I wanted to kind of, when you picked the Powerpuff Girls, I wanted to sort of adhere somewhat close to what you were doing. So I wanted to talk about a short cartoon. I wanted to talk about something that we could talk about in that sort of same breath and in that same tradition. So I kind of went for that. If you'd picked something different, I think I would have tried to pick something, like, to help me narrow it down, I would have tried to pick something a bit more proximate. So you and I are both big Doctor Who fans. I watched the Peter Capaldi era of Doctor Who and loved it at the time. I watched Series 10 at the time in 2017 and put on these screenings in London of the new episodes as they came out I think it was Saturday at the time. And you have since watched that Series 10, you've caught up with that with me, and we've watched that together, and it means, I know the show means a lot to us. I was definitely thinking about talking about the Season 10 finale of Doctor Who, World, Enough and Time, The Doctor Falls, which is, the one where Missy is kind of trying to be good. The Doctor takes a sort of last stand of sorts. The John Sim Master comes back. Bill has that horrendous sort of death and resurrection at the hands of the Cybermen. That's not quite the end of the Capaldi era, because there's a Christmas special after that where he hangs out with the First Doctor. I think that's less good. But I kind of, when I rewatch that, I almost pretend it is the end of the Capaldi era because it's so perfect. And I find it very emotional. And there's a bunch of great speeches in it, a bunch of great Capaldi moments, bunch of great Cybermen horror, but fun with the Master as well in both incarnations. And I think that partly because of the situation in which I watched it, partly because of what it means for me to have watched and shared it with you, it's a significant episode of television for me, and I've revisited a lot in the years since.
Well, stay tuned for an EscapeGoat podcast about that, folks.
That's all, folks.
That's all, folks. Cool. I mean, amazing. I think that's covered the whole of the episode and everything that we didn't know it was going to say for itself. So do you have any final words about this episode and anything that you'd like to add?
No, I think we've said it all. I'd just like to thank you again for joining me for this. It's been great, and I'd really like to thank every guest who's been on these specials and who has given me generously of their time to indulge in this passion. And it's been great. And these have been a great little mini series 6, and I've really loved doing it. And stay tuned for more. I guess I don't really know what that's going to look like, but I've enjoyed doing these. And would you like to close out the show?
That's all, folks.
See you later, everyone.
Bye.
You've been listening to the EscapeGoat podcast, hosted by David Kvajiani. If you want to contact the podcast with any feedback or thoughts, you can leave comments on our Libsyn page or under our YouTube videos, or email us at escapegoatpod@gmail.com. You can also reach the show on Twitter on @egoat_pod and follow us for new episode notifications. This podcast is available on YouTube, Apple Podcasts and Spotify, as well as our Libsyn site, escapegoatpodcast.libsyn.com. Original intro and any other incidental music for this podcast is composed, produced and made available by permission of Richard Gilbert.